breakfast? Good, okay, fine. So, we are on the eighth day of this training program. Okay, we are almost 80% completed. We left with another 20% the training program. Now we have with us Dr. H.K. Veerana sir, so whose class was on 4th day. So because of his busy schedule, because he is having additional charges too many, so hence he could not able to handle the class. Even though today again is in his busy schedule, he made the time to take the class for this national training programs. I'm very much happy, sir. Even your busy schedule, you accepted our request to deliver a talk at this national level training program. Sir, please. So I would like to introduce Dr. H.K. Veerana sir. Sir is presently Professor, Department of Agronomy and a Controller of Examination at KSNUAHS. So, sir graduated from US Bangalore, MSc Agri from US Bangalore, PhD from Bangalore. So, he is having total 25 years of experience. Started as a assistant professor crop production from ZHRS Mandya in the year 1998. So till Bangalore he was there as an associate professor. Then from professor he is in the agronomy department since from 2013. So he received University Merit Gold Medal in MSc and Best Extension Worker Award during 2011-12 US Bangalore, and the Best Post National Level Award for the effect of maize and pole bean intercropping system for the growth and yield component of crops. Then Best Krushi Totagarika Award. Then he got a certificate of merit in supplying of the seed and as well as planting material. So as a PI, he has handled projects almost more than 3 crores and 1 KSDA, that is this one, natural farming. He was the principal nodal officer for the university, which is a 35 crores project. So he's having very vast knowledge with respect to different fields. He has published more than 62 research papers in the scientific journals. So he is a controller of examination, nodal officer for ICR, ELP, and again nodal officer for, that is AMS, nodal officer for AMS. So he's having too many additional charges. Sir, specialization especially in precision water and nutrient management, cropping system, and organic bar natural farming. So sir, with this introduction, so these are natural level training. Totally there are 26 participants. They are from ICR and as well as SAUs. So people from outside the district, US Dharwad representations, US HU, US Bangalore, veterinary KVFSU Bidar, and also from Kerala Agriculture University, PDKV, and from one is from corporate sector. So these are the heterogeneity groups are entomology, pathology, extension, horticulturist, veterinarist. So all are there. So hence I'll hand over the mic to Veerana sir to deliver the talk with respect to the herbicide, classification of herbicides and their mode of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate organizing this a special type of 10 days national level training program, which is need of the hour. And first of all, I thank him for taking such an initiative at the university level to bring all of you to here to get some knowledge about use of drones in agriculture. And I also thank all your effective participation in 8 days training program. I think this is the 8th day of your participation. Still you are looking so active and very eager to get the information from the resource persons. Anyhow, I'll be here today. I have lectures which are going to be given in another 2 or 3 days. They are all of very much importance for all of you, and you are all very eager to get the knowledge about those things. But whatever the topic I am going to tell you is a very basic information. I think most of our agronomy colleagues are here. They are well aware of all these things what I am going to present today. Only my request to them is, who are all the agronomists here, all the while I was not involved in weed science experiments or the weed science research work. So anything to be added or anything to be included in my presentation, you are all welcome to do that during the course of my presentation. And overall, the other discipline scientists who are here, you are also having some basic knowledge about these things when you are pursuing your UG program. Definitely these things might have taught to you at your UG levels. Of course, though it's a basic information, but this sort of information is very much essential when you want to go for application of herbicides, either through the sprayers or manually, or through the aerial application through drones and other advanced weedicide spraying equipments. So in that way, I think Dr. Naveen has chosen the topic. First of all, I am sorry I could not take the class on the scheduled date and time because of my other engagement. So anyhow, though it is not late, but with whatever the information you have till now with respect to classification of herbicides and mode of action, it may be a recalling of the things what you have learned earlier in your program. So with this a few straight away go to the herbicides. What are these herbicides? All of you know. Herbicides are the chemicals. Basically, they are all the chemicals which are capable of killing or inhibiting the plants. It may be a cultivated plant, or it may be even a targeted weed plant. And there are several classifications were made with respect to herbicides. Initially, the herbicides are classified as inorganic herbicides and organic herbicides. As all of you know, organic herbicides, they do contain carbon atom in their molecule, whereas inorganic herbicides, they does not contain carbon atom in their molecule. So that's the only difference between inorganic and organic herbicides. And inorganic herbicides were the first chemicals which were used to control the weeds. Some of the examples of inorganic herbicides which are of acid type are sulfuric acid, arsenic acid and arsenous acid. So these are the inorganic herbicides which are of acid type, which were used earlier days for control of weeds. And then there are some inorganic salts are also there, which are inorganic in nature, which they were also used for controlling the weeds. They are sodium arsenate, sodium chlorate, and also copper sulfate. Many a times copper sulfate is also used as a inorganic salt herbicide to control some of the weeds. And then the next one is organic herbicides. As I told you, all these organic herbicides contain carbon in their molecule, carbon atom. They may be either oils or non-oils, but most of the herbicides, whatever we are having today, they are all non-oils. So this is in brief about organic and inorganic herbicides. To list, there are as many as 150 herbicides in the market, but all these different herbicides, they do differ with respect to their behavior in the soil as well as in the plants, and with respect to their mode of action in the plants when they are applied onto the plants or onto the soil. So all these 150 herbicides have been classified into 31 classes or groups or families which comes under. So I'll very quickly go through. You are all very well know about these herbicides. So aliphatic acids, so the herbicides comes under this group is delapan, trichloroacetic acid glyphosate, methyl bromide, and monosodium methyl arsenate, disodium methyl arsenate, and amides group. Amides group is a very important group where it consists of alachlor, butachlor, propachlor, metallachlor, and diphenamide and propanil. So alachlor herbicides, these group of amide group of herbicides are very commonly used in cereal crops, especially in paddy under wetland situations. Butachlor and other amide group of herbicides are used, and benzoics, uh, trichlorobenzoic acid, TBA, dicamba, tricamba, and chloramben, and bipyridiniums. So these are the contact herbicides which were in use in the earlier days for use on the crop plants directly. So those are paraquat and diquat. And carbamate group of herbicides are profam, chloroprofam, baran, dichloromate, and azulam. And then carbamates followed by thiocarbonates and dithiocarbamates. So thiocarbonates consists of butylate, dialate, EPTC, that is ethyl phenyl thiocarbonates, malinate, trilate, benthiocarbon, and metham. Dithiocarbamates, that is CDEC and metham. This is a dithiocarbamates. And under nitriles, there is bromoxynil, oxynil, and diclobenil. And dinitroanilins, these are the free emergent herbicides, fluchloralin, trifluralin, and very important broad spectrum herbicides like. And then some herbicides, that is dinosep, octyl cresol, that is DNOs, and PCP, pentachloro phenoxy acid, and triagens. These are the very important triagen group of herbicides, consists of atrazine, simazine, metribuzin, amitrin, and terbutrin. These are very effective free emergent herbicides, belongs to that group, triazole group. And then urea group of herbicides. These are monuron, diuron, linuron. All these things are self-explanatory. Isoproteron. Uracil group of herbicide that consists of bromacil, terbacil, and lenacil. Diphenyl ethers, that is all the nitrofen, oxyfluorophene, and nitrifluorophene group of herbicides. Ariloxy, phenoxy, propionate, that is diclocaf, phenoxyprof, and nowadays you might have heard of Kizalopof P, Alexopof P, and Fluzipof P. All these are coming under this aryloxy, phenoxy, propionate group of herbicides. And cyclohexane dione, that is cethoxidium, clethodim, talcoxidium, and cycloxidim. Imidazolines, these are also very effective herbicides nowadays, these group of herbicides, that is imagefir, imagethebenj, imagequin, imagemax, and imagethipir. So these are the herbicides which belongs to imidazolines. Isoxalidinones, that is clomazone, which is again widely used. And oxidiazoles, this is oxidizone, that's the one herbicide which belongs to this oxidiazoles groups. Oxadiazolides, that is methazole. And then nitrophenyl phthalamides, that is flumiclorac. Phenyl pyridozones, that is sulfentrazone. Phthalamides, that is naphthalum. And then out of all these things, nowadays we are much using sulfonyl urea group of herbicides. Sulfonyl group of urea herbicides that includes bensulfuran, chlorimiran, metsulfuran, and sulfuran, and trisulfuran. Triazolinones, that is pyridates, and others includes picloram, pyrazone, endothal, amitrol, and anilofos. So out of the different 150 herbicides, they belongs to these 31 families of herbicides. Some of the herbicides comes under this group I have told to you. This is one classification based on the action in the either in the plant or on the soil. So herbicides are also classed on based on methods of application of herbicides. There are again two types: soil active herbicides and foliage active herbicides. As the name indicates, soil active herbicides means these herbicides are applied primarily to the soil rather than onto the foliage. So when they are applied into the soil, they definitely inhibit the germination of the seeds which are sown. And not only sown soil, and not only any vegetative planting materials like rhizomes, stolons, and tubers are also not allowed for when applied to the soils. These are soil active herbicides, and when we apply these kind of herbicides to the soil, it will create a weed-free crop weed competition period for 4 to 8 weeks. That's again depends on the quantity and rate of application of the herbicides and the type of herbicides you are going to use. All these soil active herbicides are applied at the time of sowing or at the time of planting if it is a transplanted crop. And these soil active herbicides are also applied in the standing crop in between the rows where you want to maintain the weed free inter rows for a longer period of time. Even in the established plant which are widely spaced crops, in those crops also in between the two rows of the cultivated crop you can go for application of these soil active herbicides so that you can get a extended period of crop weed competition period during the crop growing stage. Some of the examples of soil active herbicides are simazone, alachlor, trifluralin, and EPTC. Again, this is with respect to cropped plants, and in non-cropped plants, these soil active herbicides, they are used as sterilants and fumigants. These sterilants will be there maybe for few weeks, or they will retain in the soil with the phytotoxic effect for more than 1 or 2 years. And fumigants are also, some of the herbicides are also used as fumigants to fumigate the soil. So these are the different methods of soil application of herbicides, either through manually or by spraying or by simply broadcasting. And some of the herbicides are first they are going to be applied onto the soil surface, and again they are incorporated into the soil, because most of the soil active herbicides, they are volatile in nature. There is every chances of losing the chemicals in the form of vaporization, and photo decomposition takes place. So in order to avoid that, we are going to incorporate the soil surface applied herbicides. That's what is incorporation after surface application. So as I told you, surface application is either through broadcasting or through spraying. Many a times when we apply the herbicides, we are not going to disturb the herbicide applied plants physically. There should not be any disturbance so that effective weed control we can expect. That is okay with respect to substituted triazines, urea, and anilide herbicides. As I told you, some of the herbicides are to be, which must be incorporated into the soil to prevent their rapid volatilization and also photo decomposition. Those kind of soil active herbicides are EPTC and fluchloralin, trifluralin, and nitralin. When you want to apply these soil active herbicides, after its application, they have to be thoroughly incorporated into the soil to avoid the loss of the chemical through volatilization and photo decomposition. And many of the herbicides are also applied not to the soil but at the subsurface level at a depth of 7 to 10 centimeter below the soil surface. So that's also one type of application of soil active herbicides. And band application. All of you are very well know what is band application, what we are doing in fertilizer or nutrients application. In the same manner, instead of applying the herbicides to the entire area, it is even in between the two crop rows, a smaller place is applied with herbicides, soil active herbicides in specific bands, so that the quantity of herbicide required gets reduced. And once it is applied in a band application, it will definitely control the weeds, though it's not applied in the non-weeded area. And you can see there the deep placement is done in the carrot plant by using the tines and shovels. And I was also telling you about herbicides are used for soil fumigation. Depending upon the nature of soil fumigant, they are applied either by soil injection. They are directly injected into the soil. For example, chloropicrin is one soil active herbicide which is injected into the soil. Or some of these fumigants are released under sealed plastic covers. You can see there in the last picture. The herbicides are applied as a fumigants, and they are covered with polythene covers. That is methyl bromide. Otherwise, it's a very much odor fumigant. It leads to many problems. Or by direct soil surface application, many of the fumigants are even applied onto the surface of the soil itself. That is metham, which acts as a fumigant. And some of the herbicides we all know about fertigation. In the same manner, herbigation. The herbicides are applied along with the water, both on the surface irrigation methods or in the sprinkler irrigation system. In India, fluchloralin is one very good herbicide which is applied in chili and tomato through herbigation. Whereas in some of the western countries, especially in Lucerne field, the EPTC is applied along with sprinkler irrigation in the form of herbigation. So these are also cost effective methods, and where you can expect quite effective control of the weeds. And after knowing the application of soil active herbicides, now let's know the method of application of foliage active herbicides. I think drones can be used both for soil application as well as for foliage active herbicides. As the name indicates, the foliage active herbicides are applied onto this foliage of the croplands after their emergence from the soil. Once they emerged, they are applied onto the foliage directly. And many of the foliage active herbicides, though we are having contact herbicides and systemic herbicides, contact herbicides are those where you are going to apply, they will be there in the applied sites, and when the plant tissue comes in contact with that particular contact herbicide, then it gets killed. Whereas systemic herbicides are those ones when you take up the spray on the plant foliage, they are going to translocate to the other parts of the plants. Translocation will be there in the systemic herbicides. They are 2, 4, 5. Okay. Nanouric kanala. So paraquat, diquat, these two are contact foliage active herbicides. Amitrole, these are all the examples of foliage active herbicides. There are certain herbicides, some of the herbicides which are only active when they are applied to the soil, but some of the herbicides are effective only when they are applied to the foliage. But there are some specific herbicides which are active both on the foliage and also on the soil. So for example, 2,4-D, picloram and atrazine, these are very effective when they are either applied to the soil or applied onto the foliage. For example, in case of atrazine, when it is applied onto the crop foliage, it acts as a contact herbicide. It doesn't have movement on the plant parts. Whereas the same atrazine is applied onto the soil, it's mobile in the soil. It's being absorbed by the roots through the xylem and translocated to the plants. So this is how some of these herbicides are active both in soil as well as in the foliage. And with respect to the application of foliar or foliage active herbicides, we are having blanket spray and also protected spraying. Blanket spray means it's the uniform application of herbicides to standing crop, disregard of the location of the crop plants. That's uniform application of the weedicides to the entire area, irrespective of the location and irrespective of the crops. So these blanket application is done with respect to foliage active herbicides only for the highly specific herbicides, highly selective herbicides. Non-selective herbicides cannot be sprayed like this. So highly selective herbicides like 2,4-D in wheat and rice. Similarly, MCPB in case of green peas, and 2,4-D butyric acid in case of lucerne. These are highly selective herbicides. And picloram in case of sugarcane. They can be applied in all these corresponding crop plants without any agitation or looking to the crop's specificity or location of the herbicide application. And then the protected spraying, directed spray. When you want to go for application of some of the non-selective herbicides, post-emergent herbicides are also non-selective herbicides. So these non-selective herbicides are applied as a foliage applied herbicides in widely spaced crops, in widely placed crops like vegetables and ornaments, ornamental crops. When you want to take up these non-selective herbicides on the standing crop, first thing is you have to cover the non-target plants. Our herbicide application is only to kill the targeted plants. So our non-target plant should not be killed. So you should cover the non-target plants before application of the herbicides with the plastic or metallic covers. Or the other way is you can go for spraying of these kind of herbicides underneath the fooder or shielded sprayer. You can see the white shielder which does not allow any drift hazard or spreading of the herbicide, foliage active herbicide sprayed onto the non-targeted plants. So this method is called as protective spraying, and that is with respect to method of application. And the herbicides are also herbicides. Again, there are pre-plant treatment and pre-emergent herbicides and also post-emergent herbicides. Pre-plant desiccation means when you want to take up some crops, but that particular field is full of weeds. So under such situations, what you have to do, you have to go for application of any of the herbicides. Any systematic herbicides like glyphosate, or even contact herbicides like paraquat. So it's sprayed onto the land where lot of foliage is there. At that particular site, you want to take up the crop cultivation. So in that way, you are going to remove the standing vegetation in the plot where you want to take up the crops. So that's what is pre-plant desiccation. Some of these herbicides used for pre-plant desiccation is paraquat and glyphosate. And the other one is pre-plant incorporation method. Pre-plant incorporation method. Here, the herbicides are mixed with the soil in weed-free seed beds. You are going to take up the sowing by following all the weed-free conditions. Your seed bed is well prepared, which is devoid of any weeds. So, in order to obtain residual control of weeds during the cropping season, you should also expect the same weed-free situation in the standing crop also. For that, what you are going to do is, you are going to mix the herbicides with the soil. After taking up the sowing, the soil is mixed with the weeds or herbicides to maintain the weed-free conditions. So some of these pre-plant incorporation herbicides are fluchloralin, pendimethalin, trichloralin, and alachlor. So this is how pre-plant desiccation and pre-plant incorporation is done by using some of these herbicides. And the next one is pre-emergent herbicides. As the name indicates, these herbicides are to be applied before the emergence of the weeds, not the crops. So before the emergence of the weeds, you are going to apply the herbicides. Those are called as pre-emergent herbicides. But in some of the established crops also, you may see the good emergence of the cultivated crop plants. But in between the rows, when the space is vacant, under such situations also you can go for pre-emergent application of herbicides, because the weeds in between the rows, that's a vacant space, they are not emerged. So in order to avoid emergence of the weeds in weed-free inter-row crops, you can go for application of the herbicides in the standing crop also. Herbicides like benthiocarbon, atrazine in maize, and diuron in cotton. Cotton is a widely spaced crop. Once if you take up the sowing, it's having a very shy growth in the initial stages. So during that stage, you can expect a lot of weeds in between the two rows of cotton. So in order to avoid the weed infestation in the standing crop of cotton, some of these herbicides like diuron is used in cotton. Similarly, pendimethalin and butachlor are some other herbicides which are used for controlling the pre-emergent, which are used as pre-emergent selective herbicides to control the weeds emergence in the standing crop in the space between the two widely spaced crops. And post-emergent, as all of you know, the application of herbicide is done after the emergence of both the crops as well as weeds. And nowadays, we are having some herbicides which are as well used as early post-emergent herbicides. These early post-emergent herbicides are used maybe at the 3 to 4 leaf stage for effective control of the weeds in the initial stage itself. So these are the early post-emergent herbicides. And again, the herbicides have been classified as selective herbicide and non-selective herbicide. As the name indicates, selective herbicide is the one which will kill some plant species when applied onto a mixed plant population. When it is applied onto the mixed crop as well as weed plants, it kills only the targeted or specific weeds for which the herbicide is formulated. Selective herbicides are used in crop areas, lawns, and also in gardens and also in grasslands. Some of the selective herbicides are 2,4-D. I told you 2,4-D can be efficiently used as a highly selective herbicide in wheat as well as in rice. Atrazine is again a selective herbicide. EPTC, trifluralin, alachlor, butachlor, fluchloralin, and pendimethalin. These are all the selective herbicides which will kill the only the targeted plants. And non-selective herbicide is one. It is not either crop specific or weed specific. It is the one that kills plants without regard to the species or crops. So, for example, paraquat, diquat, sodium chloride, weed oils, and acrolein. All these are non-selective herbicides. These non-selective herbicides are used in vegetation control in the industrial sites where crops are not being taken up. These herbicides are also sprayed in fallow lands and in aquatics and also in tennis courts where they don't want to have any foliage at all in the courts. So many of these selective herbicides, though they are selective in nature, but when they are applied at high rates, if the dose exceeds than the recommended dose, then they definitely become or they act as the non-selective herbicides, non-selective plant killers. For example, your simazine and diuron, if they are used at the excessive rates, they will not only kill the targeted plants, but they do kill some of the non-targeted plants also. So these are the two classes of selective and non-selective herbicides. Again, under selective herbicides, these selective herbicides are both foliage active and soil applied or root active herbicides. Under selective herbicides, uh, we are having both contact as well as translocated or systemic herbicides. For example, foliage applied selective herbicides are propanil, bromaxil, dinoseb and atrazine. I told you the atrazine, when it is applied onto the foliage, it doesn't move in the plant system. It acts as a contact herbicide. Similarly, the selective herbicides which are applied onto the foliage, they are systemic in nature. They are 2,4-D MCPA, 2,4-D butyric acid and 2,4,5-T trichloroacetic acid. And some of these herbicides, selective herbicides, can also be applied onto the soil where the roots are going to absorb these soil applied selective herbicides. When these root active herbicides are applied to the soil, they are mobile in the plants and they are active in the soil. For example, atrazine, diuron, alachlor and anilophos. When these are applied to the soil, so these are the selective herbicides. These are taken up by the roots and it will flow through the xylem vessels. So some of the soil applied herbicides are non-mobile in the plants, though they are selective, but when they are applied to the soil, they are not mobile in the plants. They are nitrofen, trifluralin and endothal. So these are the herbicides which don't have mobility in the plants when they are applied to the soil. Similarly, when you look at the non-selective herbicides, non-selective herbicides can also be applied onto the foliage and also to the soil. They are not so specific in controlling the weeds, but they are applied both to the foliage or also to the soil. And foliage active herbicides, they do act as contact herbicides and systemic herbicides. These non-selective herbicides like paraquat, diquat and glufosinate. Glufosinate, they are not having mobility on the plant system when they are applied onto the foliage. Whereas glyphosate, again it's a non-selective herbicide. When it's applied onto the foliage, it's having mobility or translocation. Glyphosate, 2,4,5-T, dalafon and amitrol, all these are having translocation in the plant parts when they are applied onto the foliage. And most of these soil non-selective herbicides are applied to the soil, and their residues will be there in the soil. When these non-selective herbicides are applied to the soil, they act as a residual herbicides. Their phytotoxic effect will be there for 2 to 4 weeks. That will be there only for a short period. For example, the herbicides which are having lesser phototoxic effect in the soil is 2,4-D and EPTC. Their activity will be there for 2 to 4 weeks only. And some of the herbicides which are non-selective herbicide which are applied to the soil, which are non-residual, they will finish off their half-life within time of application of the herbicide to the soil. They immediately lost their phytotoxic effect. They are DSMA, paraquat, amitrol and diquat. Paraquat and diquat, though they are contact herbicides, but they are applied to the soil, they lose their phytotoxicity immediately after its application to the soil after control of the weeds. And some of these non-selective herbicides are also applied to the soil as fumigants and soil sterilants. So fumigants are, as the name indicates, they are going to sterilize the soil, and they will be active in the soil up to 16 weeks. They are metham and dazomate. And permanent soil sterilant, I told you they will be there for years together. They are atrazine, bromaxil barite and arsenicals. So these are the fumigants or sterilants which will be there in the soil. They are non-selective and they remain active in the soil for years together. And the other one is contact and systemic herbicides. As I told you earlier, contact herbicides, when they comes in contact with the plant tissue, so it will definitely going to kill the plants. Many a times these contact herbicides, they don't move towards the roots, but in many of the annuals you see the death of the entire plant because the roots are deprived of the photosynthase and other translocated materials. That's why you see the death of the entire plant when they are applied with contact herbicides. And translocated or systemic herbicides are those when they are applied onto the foliage, they move through the plant parts and they reach their site of action. And when it reaches its site of action, the plant is going to be definitely killed. Some of the examples of contact and systemic herbicides are mentioned here. Only thing is when you want to apply the contact herbicides, you have to fully drain the targeted plant for effective control of the weeds. The amount of herbicide required for contact herbicide is much higher, whereas with a small quantity of systemic herbicides, you can effectively control the weeds in case of systemic herbicides. Some herbicides do exhibit both contact and translocation activities. For example, atrazine. So I told you this already. And the other type of classification is residual and non-residual herbicides. A residual herbicide, as I told you, it remains active or remains phytotoxic effects in the soil for considerable time even after its application. And the residue may be there for 4 weeks in some of the herbicides such as 2,4-D and EPTC. And some of these residual herbicides, they remain active in the soil up to several months in some other herbicides. And a non-residual herbicide is one which is going to be inactivated in the soil immediately after its application, after it kills within few days, or it reaches the soil. Paraquat, diquat, amitrole, DSMA and weed oils, these are all non-residual herbicides. They are having very less persistency in the soil. So the other type of herbicides are narrow spectrum and broad spectrum herbicides. Narrow spectrum herbicides, they are specifically used for control of the specific weeds in the crop plants. For example, if you want to control Avena fatua and Phalaris minor in case of wheat, you are going to use some specific narrow spectrum herbicides like metaxuran, difenzoquat and diclofop. They are very effective in controlling these kind of specific weeds. What we are looking for in maize is the itch weed. Nowadays it creates a lot of problem. So to control that particular weed, we require a specific herbicides. So those herbicides, they kill only the targeted weed species. They are considered as narrow spectrum herbicides. And a broad spectrum herbicide is one which controls a wide spectrum of weed flora at a time. Whatever may be the weed species that are prevailing on the land, the entire weeds are going to be killed when you go for broad spectrum herbicide applications. And I told you about soil sterilants and fumigants. Soil sterilants and fumigants, they act as a sterilants for up to 16 weeks, whereas the permanent soil sterilants will remain in the soil for more than 1 or 2 years. The permanent soil sterilants are used in bare ground in industrial sites and also in other non-cropped areas. Some of the examples of permanent soil sterilants are sodium chloride, substituted urea, several symmetrical triazones, arsenics and borates. And this is all about classification of herbicides. Any herbicide is having its own trade name and its chemical name and also its common name. I have listed the most frequently used herbicides nowadays and their trade names and their percent concentration. Of course, this will be there in the slides. You can refer to this for looking for the trade names. So the next topic of my presentation is mode of action. Mode of action, as you told, when you go for application of any of these herbicides, what are the anatomical, physiological, and biochemical effects that takes place because of the application of these chemical on the growth and development of the weeds? What are all these anatomical, biochemical, and physiological changes that takes place in the weeds when they are applied onto the weeds? It may be a contact herbicide or it's a systemic herbicide. When they are applied onto the weeds, they bring about lot of physiological and biochemical abnormalities in the growth and development of emerging seedlings. Not only the emerging seedlings, even they will have a adverse effect or biochemical and physiological abnormalities on the established plants, established weeds especially. So some of the physiological and biochemical effects of herbicides are when you take up the herbicide spray on any of the targeted plants, you can see the symptoms of chlorosis. That means yellowing of the leaves, defoliation, withering of the leaves, stunted growth, necrosis or dying of the leaves, reduction in the population, stand population of the weeds, epinasty, bending of the leaf downwards, morphological aberrations, a lot of abnormalities in the plant growth, stimulating the growth of the plant, and cupping of leaves. You can see the cupped like structures formation on the leaves, and leaf burning on the margins, complete desiccation of the plant, and delayed emergence of the weeds, and germination failure. So these are all certain physiological and biochemical effects of the herbicides. So it may be a contact herbicide or it's a systemic herbicide. The contact herbicides, when it gets in contact with the leaf tissue, it kills there itself. But in case of translocated or systemic herbicides, they do absorb by the foliage, and then they takes of the movement in the entire plant parts. And when it reaches its specific site of action, the targeted wheat plant gets killed. So this is how the herbicides do act in the plant system or in the weeds. So I have given here some of the contact foliar herbicides and contact herbicide which are applied to the soil, that is Treflon, and some of the soil applied herbicides which are having mobility in the plant system, which are absorbed through xylem, and some of the herbicides which do translocate both through the xylem as well as through the phloem, thereby they reaches the targeted site when they are applied onto the weeds. So this is how the translocation and absorption takes place when the weedicides or herbicides are applied onto the crop plants. So some of the symptoms you can see: stunting and chlorosis of the youngest tissue, and this is what the malformation you can see when the weeds are sprayed with glyphosate or Roundup, shortened internodes, chlorosis of the leaves, and proliferation of the stem. And many a times in herbicides are sprayed with the weeds. So interveinal chlorosis you can observe in some of the weed species. Interveinal tip and marginal chlorosis also you can observe, and the leaves become necrotic, and finally it leads to the death of the plant. So specifically, if you look at the 7 major modes of action when the herbicides are applied onto the weeds, so there will be growth regulation and inhibition of amino acid synthesis, lipid synthesis inhibition, seedling growth inhibition also you can see, photosynthesis inhibition, cell membrane inhibition, and pigment inhibition. So all these processes are going to be inhibited by the activity of the herbicide chemical which is applied onto the weeds. So in most of the herbicides, when they are applied onto the weeds, any one of these processes gets affected. So because of this reason, there will be undergrowth of the weeds or complete death of the weeds. So all these things happen because of the any one of the effect that is caused due to application of the herbicides. And suppose if the herbicide is applied at the germinating stage, if the herbicide is applied at the germinating stage or in most of the pre-emergent herbicides, hydrolytic enzyme activity is decreased. So because of this reduced hydrolytic enzyme activity, it will never allow the weeds to germinate. So this is one particular mode of action. For example, in case of triagens, urease and bipyridiniums, they do act largely on the weeds and they control the weeds by disorganizing the photosynthetic apparatus. So photosynthetic process has to happen in any of the plants. But when these herbicides like pre-emergent herbicides like triagen and urease, they are applied onto the weeds, when they gets in contact with the plants, when some of these herbicides are applied onto the foliage also, their photosynthetic apparatus gets affected. So because of this, when photosynthesis doesn't take place in the plants, it will never get the required food, and the electron transfer gets affected, so it will never get the energy for the growth and development. Ultimately, it leads to death of the plants. And I was telling you about some effect of respiration. Respiration is also affected when some of these herbicides are applied onto the weeds, particularly in stage 3 of the electron transfer during the photosynthesis. So respiration gets affected during the third phase of the electron transfer. It happens in dinitrophenylls, which disturb the normal course of respiration. Respiration is effectively or essentially required to get the energy source for the plant. So when this respiration gets affected, then it will never get the energy, and weeds lose their growth and development. And protein and lipid synthesis are also inhibited when these herbicides are applied onto the weeds, especially in case of chloroacetamides, indothiioamitrol and thiocarbamates. When these are applied onto the weeds, these specific herbicides, they comes in the way of inhibition of protein and lipid synthesis. Protein is a building block of amino acids. It is essentially required for plant growth and development. So when plant doesn't get the protein, so you can never expect the better growth. Similarly, lipid synthesis. Lipids are very important for formation of the pigments, and pigments are very important for membrane integrity. So all these gets affected. So because of this reason, the plants or weeds, they are going to be killed when these specific herbicides are applied. And another most common mode of action in the herbicide is it do interfere with mitosis. When it affects the mitosis, cell division gets affected. So that's the one major mode of action which results in the death of the targeted plants. So I'll tell you which group of herbicides they do involve in growth regulations, and which are the group of herbicides which do comes in the way of amino acid inhibitors. Like that, for all the 7 processes, I am going to tell you about the particular herbicides. For example, phenoxyacetic acids, your 2,4-D group of herbicides, benzoic acids and pyridines. These are the herbicides which regulate the growth. What happens is when these herbicides, when they are applied onto the weeds, when they act as the growth regulators, they act at a multiple sites in a plant, and they will create the hormonal imbalance. When these herbicides are applied onto the plants, that results in the hormonal imbalance, and protein synthesis gets affected. Thereby they cause a variety of plant growth abnormalities. When there is an imbalance in the growth hormones, definitely that leads to abnormalities in the plant growth. Thereby these herbicides, phenoxy group of herbicides, when they are applied, they do control the weeds. And these phenoxy group of herbicides, they move
both through xylem as well as through phloem. Uh, Many of these phenoxy herbicides, they are quite effective in controlling of perennial and annual broadleaved weeds. And most of these phenoxy group of herbicides are applied to the foliage. So they are taken up by the foliage, but root uptake is also possible when they are applied onto the soil. They may also be taken up by the roots. So some of the herbicides which do have growth irregulation are phenoxyacidic acids like 2,4-D MCPA and 2,4-D butyric acid, and benzoic acids dicamba, and among pyridine groups picloram. So these are all the herbicides which do comes in the way of growth regulation, and that results in the growth abnormalities. And there are certain group of herbicides or some families of the herbicides which results in inhibition of amino acid synthesis. Amino acid synthesis, the families are sulfonylurea, all your sulfonylurea, imidazolinones, sulfonamide, and amino acid derivatives. All these herbicides, when they are applied onto the targeted plants, they do inhibit the amino acid synthesis. So these herbicides, when they are applied onto the targeted plants, they inhibit the particular enzyme which is involved in synthesis of amino acids. And all these amino acids are building blocks of proteins. Of course, more than 20 amino acids are essentially required for plant growth and development. When these amino acids are not synthesized, plant will never get the protein for its growth and development, and ultimately the weed or targeted plant is going to be killed. Herbicides, these herbicides, amino acid inhibitor herbicides, are either soil applied or foliar applied. Effective on annual and perennial broadleaf or grass weeds. And these are all non-selective, and site of intake is through foliage. For example, all your glyphosate, sulfonylurea, chlorimiran, and imidazolinones. So all these herbicides, they do cause inhibition of amino acid synthesis. So you can see here, when the herbicides are applied, that results in the growth abnormalities. You can see the normal plant growth, and also the one which is supplied with these plant growth regulator herbicides. You won't see the root growth in the targeted plant, and hypocotyl gets swollen, and this is how the growth abnormalities takes place when these so this is the normal leaf. When the leaves or plants or weeds, targeted plants, are applied with these plant growth regulators, it leads to the cupped appearance of the leaves. That's again one abnormality. These are the malformalities in the plants when they are sprayed with phenoxy group of herbicides, like in tomato, and also in soybean, and in pyridine effect in tomato. So this is how the targeted plants gets affected when these are applied onto the targeted plants. And the third mode of action is photosynthesis inhibition. Some of its groups which results in inhibition are triagens, phenylureas, uracils, thiodiazoles, and nitriles. These group of herbicides, they block the light reactions of the photosynthesis. So light reaction is a very important process in photosynthesis. So when they comes in or when they arrest the light reaction in the photosynthesis, it leads to photosynthesis inhibition. So in the susceptible plants, when there is a arrest of the photosynthetic process, that happens because of these herbicides, they binds the specific sites in the plant's chloroplast. They binds the specific sites in the plant's chloroplast. When the plants don't get the required photosynthesis for their growth and development, it leads to starvation of the plant and rapid death due to production of secondary toxic substances. Not only that, they are not getting the required photosynthesis. The other thing is, because of the blocking of the light reactions, that leads to rapid death of the plants because of the production of secondary toxic substances. So injury symptoms in case of photosynthetic inhibitors are yellowing followed by death of the tissue. And again there are triagens, phenylurea and uracils. All these are less mobile and do not move in the plant tissue, whereas nitriles and benzothiazoles are not mobile in the plants, they are contact in nature. So this is what is necrosis and followed by death of the tissue due to photosynthetic inhibition. Lipid synthesis, inhibition of lipids in the plants. Aryl oxyphenoxyprophenoates and cyclohexanediones. So these are the families of herbicides which results in the inhibition of the lipids. So when the lipid inhibition is happened, it avoids the formation of fatty acids. Fatty acids are not going to be formed. And you know the importance of fatty acids. They are very essential for production of plant lipids. And I told you these plant lipids are very essential in maintaining the integrity of the cell membrane. So when the lipids are not there, when these lipid synthesis is inhibited, that's inhibited because of a single key enzyme involved in fatty acid biosynthesis gets affected. That's why you don't see the formation of fatty acids and also lipids. And what happens is when you apply these group of herbicides, they directly move to the active growing parts, that is meristematic tissues. They easily translocated to the meristematic tissues and leads to the inhibit the single key enzyme involved in fatty acid biosynthesis. And injury symptoms develop in 7 to 14 days. These are the foliage applied herbicides which are taken through or translocated through phloems. Some of the examples of cyclohexanediones are cethoxidime and aryl oxyphenoxyprophenate group of herbicides consists of quizalopof, diclopof and flusipof. So these are the herbicides which results in inhibition of lipid synthesis. And seedling growth inhibitors. At the initial stages of the seedlings itself, some group of herbicides which belongs to family dinitroanilines, acetamilids and thiocarbamates. So these group of herbicides that results in the inhibition of the seedling growth. Seedling growth inhibitors, they interfere with the new plant growth. They are to be soil applied. All these seedling growth inhibitors are to be applied to the soil, and they are effective on seedling annual as well as on the perennial weeds. They are quite active both on the shoot as well as on the root. So here also these herbicides can affect multiple sites within a plant, primarily interfering with the lipid and protein synthesis. So some of the examples are trifluralin and pendimethalin. Shoot inhibitors are all the acetanilids group of herbicides, alachlor, acetachlor and metallachlor. So this is what you can see when the root inhibition, shoot inhibition takes place. And the other two modes of action are pigment inhibition and cell membrane disruption. All your imixazolidinones, that is clomazone and pyridiazonones, norfluzoram. So all these pigments are very essentially required, which prevents the plants from photosynthetic pigments. So when pigments are not there, pigments is the one which absorbs the light energy. That pigment is not produced, so plant becomes white to translucent. The plants will never look green, or leaves lose their chlorophyll content. Clomazone or command is a one soil applied herbicide, is the key member of that family. So where you can see the effect of this command when it is applied onto the targeted weeds, you won't see the pigment formation in the command applied targeted plants. So it's taken off by both roots and shoots and can move in the xylems to the plant leaves. And Zoriel is the trade name of norfluoroson. A soil applied herbicide is the only member of the uh, pyridoxinone family. Uh, it's taken off by the plant roots and moves to the growing plants of the susceptible plants. So this is the effect of Zoriel when it is applied, and it results in the inhibition of the pigment formation. And the last mode of action is cell membrane disruption. The group of herbicides which leads to cell membrane disruptions are diphenyl ether, bipyridinium herbicide families. All these cell membrane disruptors are post-emergent contact herbicides. And one thing is, when these contact herbicides are applied onto the soil, applied onto the foliage, when they are exposed to high sunlight or high temperature, that leads to formation of hydrogen peroxide. So this hydrogen peroxide is an oxygen compound which destroys plant tissue by rupturing the plant cell membranes. So this is how the production of hydrogen peroxide by exposing of these contact herbicide onto the foliage in the presence of sunlight, that leads to hydrogen peroxide formation, which ruptures the plant cell membrane, and destruction of cell membrane results in rapid browning or necrosis of the plant tissue. So this is how the cell membrane disruptors act. So this is the cell membrane disruption you can see in case of peanut. So that is with respect to 7 major modes of action. Here I have listed some of the herbicides, how they are going to have a mode of action in the targeted plants when they are applied onto the plants. If you look at the major group of triagens, ureas, bipyridiniums, benzotriols and uracil, all these herbicides, they are act largely by disorganizing the photosynthetic apparatus of the susceptible plants. So photosynthetic process gets affected. Whereas in case of dinitrophenols, tri-substituted tin compounds, copper and arsenic based herbicides. So here the mode of action is, they are very potent in disturbing the normal course of respiration. So they will never get the energy source. And this action will take place mostly in third stage of the electron transfer. And carbamate, nitroaniline and malic hydrazide. These are the herbicides which do interfere with the mitosis and cell division. Phenoxyalkaninic acids, benzoic acids and related compounds, when they are applied onto the targeted plants, what they will do is, they interfere with plant growth regulated by phytohormones. That leads to inhibition of protein, lipid and carotenoid synthesis. And then sulfonylurea and like herbicides. So here the specific enzymes affected, at the site of specific enzymes, they are modified, so thereby it kills the weeds. And symmetrical triazones, especially simazine and atrazine. So as I told you, it interfere with the light reaction 2 of the photosynthetic process, so blocking the electron transport, and thereby plant is not getting the required photosynthesis, and it leads to chlorosis and death of the plants. And in case of uracils, here again blocking the electron transport in light reaction 2 of the photosynthesis. And the chloroplast, which is having uracil treated the leaves, they dry because of the blocking of the electron transport. And urea herbicides like manuran, diuran and isoproteran. So here non-cyclic phosphorylation in plants takes place. Because of this process inhibited, weeds gets killed. So this is the another mode of action of hydroxybenzonitriles. Again, apart from blocking the electron transport in light reaction 2 of photosynthesis, It interferes with the RNA and protein synthesis and uncoupling of the oxidative phosphorylation. This is with respect to paraquat and diquat. The chloroplast membrane of the treated leaves lose their integrity. That's why the weeds are going to be killed immediately. And these are the other modes of action, dinoseb and membrane causing severe leaf wilting within minutes of its treatments when nitrophenols are sprayed onto the targeted weeds. And diagens, when they are applied, it blocks the yield reaction in the susceptible plants. And carbamates, when they are applied, the specific mode of action is mitotic poisons, and it stops meristematic activity of auxiliary buds in the wild oat. So the phenoxyalkanic acids I told you, pyridines also I told you, and aliphatic acids. This leads to rapid scorching and browning of the leaves, which inhibits the translocation through plants at higher rate, and ammonia gets accumulated at a phytotoxic levels. So nowadays we are very commonly using these sulfonylurea, imidazolinones, and these triazolinones group of herbicides. When these herbicides are applied, their mode of action is they target the plastid enzyme, that is ALS enzyme in the plants, which catalyzes the first step in biosynthesis of essential branched chain amino acids. Thereby, it affects the amino acid synthesis, and the affected plants succumb to these herbicides completely within 7 to 20 days. So this is what is ALS inhibitor symptoms when these sulfonylurea group of herbicides sprayed onto the crop plants. So lastly, the glyphosate, when it is applied, it comes in the way of inhibiting the EPSP synthase enzyme, so which precludes biosynthesis of aromatic amino acids. So thereby it completely kills the plants. So these are all certain mode of action of herbicides, glyphosate symptoms when it is applied onto the target plants. These are all some of the biochemical actions with the examples of herbicides. That these things I have already told you what happens. Again, it's a repetition. I think I have taken a lot of time. This is only in detail. If I want to explain the mode of action of each of herbicide, it takes a lot of time. Because of the shortage of time, what are all the major actions which are going to take place in the plant system when these herbicides are sprayed onto the wheat plants? I told you in brief. If you want any further information, you can collect the information afterwards also, or if possible, certain books are also available for each group of herbicides. So how exactly the mode of action takes place. Being an agronomist, we are not interested in what are all the physiological effects that are going to take place in the weeds, but we should know what happens to the targeted plants when it is applied onto the herbicide. So with this, I'll close my presentation. I don't know how exactly it's useful to you. Maybe it's a refreshing information for all of you, for whatever the information you are already knowing in your earlier days. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, really it is useful because when you are applying for the drone, particularly we should be very cautious in selecting the molecules, particularly those who are contact and non-selective. Because the drift, another one, because when you are using with the normal knapsack sprayer, so we can avoid the space exactly where you want to spray, but in drone it is very difficult. So that's the way these molecules, how these particularly contact herbicides and those who are in the mode of non-selectives. It's a very, very difficult task in the application of the drones. So that's the reason I put the class this one, sir, so that the participants should know what are all these molecule activities will be happen. So in this regard, thank you very much for delivering the complete in-depth details of the classification of the herbicides and the mode of actions, how it will be. Sir, on behalf of the IDP, participants and the organizers and university, we wholeheartedly thank you for accepting our this one. So I request Kamala Bai to hand over the certificate and memento to our resource person, Dr. H.K. Virana sir. Keep this one, keep back. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Now our next speaker is ready, Mr. M.N. Timmegoda, sir. So, no, she is working on ASRPET weed management. She got one project RKV funded with 80 lakhs. So the main thematical background, myself and Kamala Bai, so she got a project actually. So we are working on that. Okay. So we have formulated that project. So recently she got that one. Okay. Tough feed. So right now there is no molecules available. Vanilla. So that's what we are evaluating, because before that, whenever we go for the weed management, but better we should study the biology of the weed. That is a very, very toughest job. So we are at that initial stage. She has started the project also. Recently, 1 month back, she got the funding from RKV around 80 lakhs. Odele trilobita, we have done it. With the selective, it is 240 80 WP at 6 gram per liter. If you are having intercrops in the areca, you have to go that one, because that is a selective mode. Because Odelia trilobita is in broadleaves. Again, if you don't have any, if it is in open field, non-cropped area means, you can go for paraquat dichloride at 4 ml per liter. When it is glyphosate, it is not going, because one of my students have done MSc exclusively on management of this Odelia only. Yes. Got the result. Yes. No, we got the results, best result, right? This sir, this connect ಮಾಡಿ sir. This close ಮಾಡಿ ಸಚಿನ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ sir, live ಇದೆ, mic ಬೇಕು. YouTube link ಇದೆ. So people and students are watching. Good morning, friends, once again. So now we are with us, can say, our next resource person is Dr. M.N. Timmegoda sir, who is a professor of agronomy and scheme at ASCRP and agrometeorology, which is working at US Bangalore. So sir is working as assistant professor when I was doing PhD. So he is very good in statistics particularly, and also agrometeorology. So sir, since from last 2 years, I told sir, agrometeorology. Sir is heading the Department of Agrometeorology. So I will hand over the mic to sir, and I will.
Thank you, Naveen. Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Okay, myself already as introduced, I'm Dr. Timmegoda, presently working as professor at Agriculture Meteorology Department. Basically, I am also an agronomist, in fact. Okay. You're here, audible, right? Okay, friends, today the topic which has been allotted to me is the role of weather conditions for drone operation and efficiency in agriculture, actually. As we all know, okay, so weather, the importance of the weather we know, because for start of time, I just cut short my introductory part, actually. Okay, we'll go to the actual, this one. Okay, agriculture, as you know, it is an integration of it has been influenced by various factors, climatic factors, soil factors, biotic factors, and also socioeconomic factors. Okay, all activities of agriculture, including the drone or any technology which you are applying, advanced technology which you are applying, okay, that is also impacted by the weather. Weather condition will have the pivotal role or very important role in agricultural operation in total, actually. Okay, so if you take the Indian agriculture, we have around 143 million hectare area. We are rich resources of resources with respect to the natural resources, maybe soil as well as the water. Okay, and our country is highly populated, densely populated, and as we all know, recently we have moved to the top 1 slot in the globe, actually, with respect to the population, and we are dominated with the rain-fed ecosystem. Okay, if you take the Karnataka, still we are having a higher proportion of area under rain-fed situation, and majorly the drawback for for us is because of the high population density, it is a smallholder farms, okay, where the holding size is less than 1 hectare. For the population of over 82% of the population have this kind of this one. So here why I have presented this one is, okay, the dependency on of the smallholder farmers, okay, is a crunch. It's also a this one in adopting the advanced technologies, in fact, okay. So, and if you take our Indian agriculture growth, as we know, we have witnessed so many revolutions. Okay, we have moved from the begging bowl to the exportable level now. Okay, with the present production of around 329 million tons in the last year. Okay, but still we have a daunting task of producing around 450 million tons of food grain is required by the year 2050 for the expected population of 1.7 billion. Means we have still lot of things to do, although we have achieved the self-sufficiency. This has impounded with many problems. Among the problems, the most important problem is the climate change. Okay, climate change, and that has inclined in terms of rainfall and also temperature anomalies. Okay, that temperature is increasing. Maybe the southern part of the state. Okay, we never experienced the heat waves, but last year we could witness that also. Okay, so that is the tendency of climate change which has happened, and on the other side, this climate change induces so many problems. One with respect to the soil, where the organic matter content is declining drastically. Our organic matter content, as you know, okay, our independence had organic matter, average organic carbon content in the soil is around 0.75%, which has dropped to 0.33% in the recent years. Almost 50% of the organic carbon has been mineralized, and that has impacted on the soil health. So other problems which we all know, pest and disease has increased and other things. Okay, so this climate change, okay, if you take the climate change, okay, it has impacted in terms of altered temperature and precipitation we mentioned. Okay, the temperature is increasing. Okay, the global average temperature, which is almost increasing to the magnitude of, every year we are observing the record years. Okay, 2022 was a record year, then 2023 has become record year, and 24 also has become recorded year. Means each and every year we are recording the increasing trend. Okay, this was not the situation in the earlier days. Okay, so there was one recording year, means subsequently suddenly it used to cool down and drop down. Maybe for another 20-25 years there was a declining trend. But here the continuous steady increase, okay, that has made us a concern, to be concerned actually. So that's one part. Second part is there is an altered precipitation. Okay, that is, although the quantum of precipitation remains the same, but the distribution has affected drastically. Okay, distribution in terms of both spatially as well as temporally, there is lot of variation in the rainfall distribution actually. That, yes, madam. Yes, madam. Actually, the total quantum of rainfall, if you take, okay, we know the hydrological cycle. Okay, hydrological cycle is the cause for this precipitation actually. So hydrological cycle will start with the evaporation from the land and ocean surface actually. So land and ocean surface, because of the solar heating, there will be an evaporation. Solar heating happens. Okay, that solar radiation, the intensity of the solar radiation has never changed actually. So same quantum of radiation we are intercepting, and you may be saying, okay, our land mass having less moisture and other water holding, but 92% of the evaporation, it happens from the ocean. Ocean, there is no dearth for water. Okay, so evaporation is happening continuously. In fact, the increased temperature, both on the land surface as well as the ocean surface, has increased the quantum of evaporation. When the evaporation happens, it goes to the atmosphere. In the atmosphere, it has to condense. Okay, condensation will definitely happen. Once the condensation happens, it becomes heavy. When it becomes heavy, this gravitational pull will draw the water. Gravitational pull and also the atmospheric pressure. Variation in the atmospheric pressure will regulate the distribution of the rainfall, madam. So here the evaporation happens. Whatever the water which is evaporated, nobody is there to hold there. In the condensation process, it will condense, and condensed water will fall down. Definitely it will fall down. But today what is happening is, we don't know where exactly it will fall. Okay, at what time it will fall. That is spatial variation, temporal variation. Maybe you are seeing, okay, one part of the country is getting the drought, other part of the country is getting the surplus rains, excess rains or the flood. One country is getting more rain, and other country, El Nino and La Nina. Okay, El Nino, when El Nino happens, the Asia and Australian continent will get the lesser rainfall, and whatever the rainfall which is a deficit in this part will be compensated as excess rainfall in the European as well as American continent. Okay, and vice versa during La Nina years. Okay, that way. That way, their precipitation will definitely fall at one or the other places, but we don't know where it will fall and what time it will fall. That is spatial variation and also temporal variation is the cause for these deficits actually. Otherwise, the total quantum of water, it remains same on the earth crust. Okay, the water can neither be created nor be destroyed. We don't have the technology to break the water into hydrogen and oxygen, okay, commercially. But and also you can't fuse the oxygen with the hydrogen commercially. Okay, maybe for the experimental basis we might do, but not by combining the oxygen in the atmosphere with the hydrogen atoms actually. Yes. Okay, why the war here? Okay, I will come to this. Okay, next slide I will come to that. Okay, so why that war is because of this one, madam. That changed all this rainfall distribution has changed drastically. That made us, okay, the changed rainfall distribution together with the increased demand. Demand has increased. Okay, so demand for increased means it is not only from the agriculture sector, domestic sector and industrial sector also as needing is demanding more and more water. Okay, what is happening? Okay, if you take the domestic sector as an example, agriculture sector if you take, because we all are from agriculture. Okay, the crop water requirement from the last 20 years has increased almost 30%, madam. When my teacher was teaching me a finger millet crop, okay, where the water requirement is hardly 300 millimeters. Okay, but today, if I work out the water requirement by taking the KC and also the PET, okay, it is coming around 375 millimeter, madam. 300 millimeter has increased to 375 millimeter. That is the demand which has increased in the agriculture sector because to meet out the evapotranspiration demand with the increased temperature. Even the domestic sector, how much water we are using? Okay, you can just compare our childhood days, how much civilization. Okay, how much water I was consuming for taking the bath. Just one example. Domestic means all our daily needs. Okay, if you take the bath, okay, to give an example, I was taking the bath only one day in a week when I was a student. Okay, when I was a student. Today I have to take all the 7 days. Okay, that means the water requirement has increased 7 times. And during that time, my mother was cautioning whenever I enter the bathrooms, okay, for taking the bath, she was cautioning, okay, use the water judiciously, otherwise poverty will come to us actually. Okay, so that was the caution which she was giving. Today, okay, in this generation, are we giving the same caution to our kids? No. Okay, go and have a good bath. Okay, that is the message we gave. Why we are giving this message? That day, my mother used to get the water either from a well or from a bore well, which is located half a kilometer or 2 kilometer away, and she has to put lot of energy for drying the water, okay, and then bringing on her head, shoulder and head one with this one. If she brings from half a kilometer or 1 kilometer, she knows the energy what she lost actually. So that time she was cautioning, don't waste. If I don't waste if I save 2 mugs of water, 10 members in a family, 20 mugs of water, equivalent to 4 parts of water, 2 times going and coming will be avoided to her. So that's why she was cautioning. Why our generation is not cautioning? Because, okay, it is coming by a tap. Okay, just pump it, just switch it on. Okay, automatically water will come. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಇದೆ, ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ನನಗೂ ಇರಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪಗೂ ಇರಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ. ಓಕೆ, civilization that way as this one. Okay, so even you can analyze all the components. Okay, how we have our civilization as him. Okay, even washing the utensils, washing the glass, how we were doing earlier and how we are doing now. Okay, what is the quantum of water? Okay, even okay in the bath itself, even the way we were conserving the water, whatever the water which I used to take the bath, every drop of water used to conserve there actually. Okay, so it was my bathroom structure is like that. There was a sand above that, there is a stone, this one, okay, slab. On the stone slab I was sitting and taking the bath. Okay, when I was taking the bath, whatever the water which falls down from my body, okay, will use to percolate down there itself. If there is an excess water which flows through the drainage line to a kitchen garden and it is there, it is irrigating either a banana or papaya or coconut or other plantations. Okay, now my water never used to flush out. Okay, today neatly it will go to the ocean. Demand, okay. Okay, so total volume of water remains the same. Okay, in the water, the proportion of the polluted water is increasing. Total quantity is same, but the proportion of the polluted water is increasing and the proportion of the fresh water availability is decreasing, and the other side the demand is increasing. Okay, both together it is making the next war for this one. water only. Okay, that is the situation which is created. So our our all the surface water resources are exploited, and even we have touched the groundwater also. Groundwater level has also dropped considerably in most part of the country. Across the globe it is declining, because when the surface water constraint arises, automatically we extract the water from ground to fulfill our the needs actually. So that has made our over exploitation of this one. And the other side, okay, our soil resources also affected. Okay, as I already told, the soil organic carbon at the time of independence is around 0.75%, which has dropped to 0.33% in the recent years. Okay, under these circumstances, we need to go for, okay, and also biodiversity has affected greatly. Okay, biodiversity has affected greatly, where the plant vegetation has vegetation has reduced considerably. That means, okay, if you take our independence time, we had around 33% area under vegetation or the forest cover, and that has dropped to almost 16% in the recent years. But although our record says around 20% in the state of Karnataka, because that 20% increase is not because of the true forest increase, it is because of the inclusion of the plantation area under forest. Okay, we are counting the plantation area also under forest. That has made us to, okay, increase the area under forest. Okay, so when the vegetation increase, the drop downs, okay, that has resulting in so many problems actually. Why? What so many problem means? Okay, our water resources, okay, they are integrated with the vegetation. In fact, okay, there is a direct relationship between the vegetation cover, green cover, to that of the water resources actually. So green cover, as you all know, okay, they are the barrier for the movement of the clouds. Okay, they stop the winds. Okay, they stop the winds and make the wind to become heavy in that particular place and drop. We are getting high rainfall in the coastal region, followed by Malnad region, and then plain region. We are getting receding the rainfall quantum, right? Why? Because the physiographic factors and also vegetation, that is the causal factors. Okay, that's one part. Second part, okay, the water demand of the crop has increased. Okay, even our demand, okay, our water demand has increased, mainly because even if we had a good vegetation cover. To quote an example, during my childhood days when I was going for my high school, I used to walk for 7 kilometers to reach my school from the home. Okay, even if I walk for 7 kilometers, I never used to sweat. I never used to sweat, mainly because I was passing under the trees. In the roads, I was passing under the trees, walking under the trees. When you are walking under the trees, what will happen, right? Okay, the solar radiation which is intercepted in that zone, okay, used to be trapped by the green cover. Used to be trapped by the green cover and to convert into the chemical energy of photosynthesis. But today what is happening, when you cut down the trees, all those radiation will fall directly either on me or on the roads. Okay, it will emit the re-radiate the long wave radiation. Short wave radiation will convert into long wave radiation and make our surroundings warmer. When it is warmer, we sweat actually. Okay, that is the reason even the crop water requirement is also increasing. Okay, so organic matter content is also getting down, mainly that is also another factor. If the solar radiation was trapped by the these tree or the green cover, then the quantum of radiation intercepted on the soil might reduce actually. So here what has happened, now the reduced green cover, that solar energy which is supposed to be trapped by the green cover is falling directly on the earth surface, okay, increasing the disintegration of the organic matter quickly. Okay, that has the causal way for this one. Under these circumstances, we need to manage our agriculture. Okay, we need to manage our agriculture. We need to use the available natural resources efficiently, for which, okay, digital agriculture is one of the technology. And where digital technology is, which includes so many components. Among them, drone is the one component. Okay, where we need to take up this one. The comparison between the traditional to digital agriculture, probably some of the topic might have covered already. I don't know. Okay, maybe if there is a repetition, please let me know. Okay, the difference between the digital agriculture and traditional agriculture is, in the digital agriculture, we are doing all the in the traditional agriculture, we were doing all our activities, agricultural activities, by using the human force. That is, the labor is being used for conducting all the activities. Okay. In the digitized agriculture, okay, the human energy, okay, the human resource, okay, utilization is reduced considerably by replacing it with alternative technologies like IoT, artificial intelligence, drones, big data analytics. Okay, these technologies which we are using. Okay, And the decision in the decision agriculture was made based on the experience of the decision maker, that is the farmer or the individual. Individual will make whether I have to till it today or not to till it today, whether I have to go for a plant protection measure or not to go for plant protection measure, whether I have to go for intercultivation or trap dressing. It was deciding based on that, whether I should irrigate or not irrigate. Okay, that was decided based on the human experience, okay, experience of the farmer. In the technology integration, in case of digitized agriculture, okay, part of the decisions or major portions of the decisions were carried by these tools, that is IoT and AI will make decisions, and drone will also support for such decisions. Okay, that is one difference between the traditional and this one digitized agriculture. And in traditional agriculture, we are not depending on the data sets, okay, historical data, okay, whatever we have generated, okay, whether it is a weather data or the soil data or production data, okay, those data were not considered for making the decisions. Whereas in case of digitized agriculture, it's a data-driven process. Okay, we consider whatever the data sets which are generated, okay, will be used for taking the decisions. Okay, so then in case of traditional agriculture, we used to implement this one uniform treatments, means entire patch. You know, we have lot of variability with respect to the soil, and today we have lot of variability with respect to the climate also. Okay, climate or the weather conditions. We can't say climate. Okay, weather there will be lot of difference. Okay, Shivamogga, Navile campus will have different thing, and engineering college will have different weather actually. Okay, sometimes rain happens here, and sometimes rain may not happen there. And if you go to the city, again the totally different with respect to temperature, rainfall distribution, and moisture. Okay. Such things are not considered in the traditional agriculture. Everybody was practicing. Today I want to take up the sowing. Okay, if some rain happens. Okay, in some places. Okay, earlier days what was happening? Okay, Navile campus is getting around 50 millimeter rainfall, means, okay, Shivamogga town is also getting around 46, 47, 90, 50 or 55, 56 millimeter only with a deviation of 10%. But today it is not the thing. Okay, today is not the thing. Okay, Navile campus organic farming unit is getting 50 millimeter, means, okay, that the library building may document, okay, 45 millimeter, and if you go to engineering college, may not be rain also. Okay, that kind of a situation is this one. Such kind of variability will not be considered in the traditional agriculture, okay, at that time. But in this digital agriculture, it is totally based on the real-time data sets, and we are imposing precision farming. Precision farming means right input in right place, in right method, at right time, okay, in right quantum. Okay, so that is precision farming is followed in case of digitized agriculture. And in traditional agriculture, okay, it's a resource incentive, okay, intensive, okay, resource intensive means whether it requires or not, we are impounding. Okay, whether it requires or not, we are impounding. Okay, or even if it requires excess, we are not giving the required quantum. Okay, whatever that conventional this one quantum, that is only we are supplementing. Whereas in case of digitized agriculture, okay, precision farming I told, okay, whatever the quantum is required, whenever it is required, wherever it is required, at whatever the time it is required, it will be supplemented accordingly. Okay, smart agriculture and precision farming. Okay, precision farming is a part of the smart agriculture, madam. Smart agriculture is a big word actually. Smart agriculture which is integrating the advanced technologies, okay, to give right input in right time and right methodology. Okay, so precision farming, you need not to emphasize on the total technology, complete technology. Okay, it's a part of it definitely. We are giving right input, right time in right method. Okay, by using the advanced tools. Okay, so systematically that is smart agriculture, madam. Okay, so here in case of traditional agriculture, risk of inaccuracy, as I had already told, okay, whether it is required or not, we are imposing uniform treatment. Okay, under that circumstances, there will be inaccuracy with respect to the resource use, and they are prone to errors. Whereas in case of digitized agriculture, we are giving right input in right place in right method, so that we can balance it. Okay, we will be treatment as per the needs. Treatment as per the needs. Okay, that is being adopted in case of digitized agriculture. Okay, so this important. Okay, if you take the importance of this digitized agriculture in the modern agriculture, okay, here we are considering data driven. Okay, whatever the data sets which are available. Say for example, even weather based weather based agricultural activities. Okay, for a weather based agriculture, we are doing the forecasting, weather forecasting. Weather forecasting is based on the historical data sets. Okay, historical data sets are being used. Okay, whereas in case of traditional agriculture, what we were doing, okay, farmer by experience, okay, oh, this corner, okay, this side of this one is, there is a cloudy, then definitely there is a chance of rain. Okay, that kind of this one, whatever the assumptions what we had earlier days, okay, it was happening. Okay, it was happening in the earlier days. Very true. Okay, maybe our ancestors, I don't know whether you believe or not about the gods, but gods I believe. Okay, believe for not for the this one, but I believe for the process. I believe for the process. Say for example, to quote an example. Okay, so whenever there is no rain or dry spells, under that dry spells, traditionally we are having the practice of making Maleraya. Okay, we locally call it Maleraya. I don't know what the terms you use. Okay, where what we were doing is, okay, during those days, okay, what we were doing is, okay, in the entire village, what we were doing is from the last house, okay, we are going with a pot. Okay, in every house they used to pour one pot of water on that particular person and hand over some grains. Okay, hand over some grains, and like that we are completing the entire village. After completion of the entire village, we are going to the this one public area. Okay, some area which is devoted for the public activities, and there we are making some rice. Okay, madayana anta heltidhivi now actually. So we are making some rice. By that time we reach there, okay, that place definitely used to get some drops of rains actually. I don't know why, it was my experience. Okay, during those days when we do such kind of this one, okay, there was a chance, 100%, may not be a fully rains. Okay, sometimes fully rains also. Sometimes few drops of rain used to happen actually. Okay, so nowadays if I do that one, okay, would you get the rains? Never. Okay, no, we don't get actually. Chances are hardly 5% actually. So then I started analyzing actually. On my own analysis, what I made actually. Okay, probably my grandfather used to tell the stories of all this God actually. Okay, whenever I was sleeping, we used to sleep with only our grandparents actually. Okay, grandparents every day they used to tell some moral stories. Okay, which they are building on all of us actually. Okay, so to become a good citizen, that's it, nothing else. Okay, today we are not giving that kind of a culture to our kids, right? What we are giving? We are giving the serials. Okay, mobiles, okay, reels, okay. So those things which we are giving to our kids actually, and they are not in our control. Okay, my grandfather was every day, he was telling only Rama story, Sita story, Krishna story, only these stories they are telling, and wherever the circumstances, finally the moral will go with a good conclusion actually. Okay, moral conclusion. Okay, so then I started analyzing on my own, okay, why it was happening those days and not. Okay, he was telling, my grandfather was telling, there is a god called Devendra or Indra. Okay, Devendra or Indra, and he is the god of all the kings. Okay, god of all the kings. And Varuna is the person, minister who is looking after the rains. Okay, Varuna is the minister looking after the rains. Okay, probably. Okay, hopefully I feel, okay, this is the structure of administration what they have. Probably they have that administration, and wherever the peoples are good, then only normal rainfall which to happen. Wherever people become worst, under that circumstances, either excess rain or deficit rain, drought or flood. Okay, that was the thing which is telling. Elli jana ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಉಯಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಕೆಟ್ಟವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರನೋ ನೆರನೋ ಬರಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಹೌದಲ್ವಾ? So this is what the story which he was telling. Okay, so maybe true also, I don't know. Probably because whenever you see the palace of Devendra in the drama or the cinema, how it looks. Okay, smoky, ಧೂಪ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಸ್ಮೋಕಿ ಬರ್ತದಲ್ಲ. Okay, wavy things they create. I don't know who has imagined this. Okay, probably if you go to this okay, in the flight to a height of around 5 kilometer or 6 kilometer height above, okay, from the mean sea level, you will find such kind of similar situation. Okay, similar situation you will see. Devendra palace ali palace what they have indicated in the cinema or drama, the same situation you are seeing there. Probably I started imagining. Okay, so probably Devendra might was staying in that zone. Okay, in the zone of around 6 kilometer or 7 kilometer from the ocean. Okay, from there he was weaving the people. Okay, he was weaving the people. For me, I will find the bigger objects at a height of 4 kilometer or 6 kilometers. Okay, I will see the big objects. But he is a god. God means his eyes are very sharp. His eyes might be very sharp. Okay, probably I don't know whether he is seeing or using the remote sensing technology. I don't know whether he is seeing the remote technology. Through those technology, he is managing. Oh, this guy is good. This village is good. This village is bad. Probably he is differentiating and ordering the Varuna to the minister to allocate this much of water to that village, this much of water to that village. That technology he might be using. Okay. Later, what happened? Probably I feel. Okay. Later, these Wright brothers. who invented this aeroplanes. Okay, so if they would not have invented, probably everything would have been normal actually. What happened? These guys, they invented the aeroplanes, and these aeroplanes started flying above the palace of the Devendra. They are flying at a height of 10 kilometer or 12 kilometer, 35,000 height feet we go. Okay, so probably we went above the Devendra palace. Then he thought, oh, these guys, these greedy peoples, they are not leaving me peacefully. Why should I bother for this? Okay, probably what he might done, he took all Ramba, Urosi, Menaka along with palace to the mesosphere. Okay, because if you analyze the structure of atmosphere, right? Okay, in the troposphere, the temperature drops as you go up to the altitude. And in the stratosphere, temperature increases again. In the mesosphere, again it drops. Okay, probably after 50 kilometer, I don't know, I have not seen because I have not gone. After 50 kilometer, probably you might get the similar weather conditions to stay comfortably there. Okay, he shifted from 4 to 6 kilometer height to 50 kilometer. 4 to 6 kilometer he is viewing very clearly because of his eyes are sharp to that level. Probably after 50 kilometer, he might not see who is Timegoda, who is this guy, who is that guy. Okay, so he is enjoying with Ramba, Urosi, Menaka, with all, Okay, then he left these things for us. Okay, whatever the way we do, okay, the same thing we will get. Okay. Huh? ನೀವೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ರಪ್ಪ. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I took it on light. Please take it on lighter side. Okay, so that is the thing actually. Okay, maybe all those things might have you analyze each and everything. There is a science behind it, definitely. Okay, there is a science behind it. Okay, probably that might be the reason I feel. I don't know. Okay, so that time we were not using the data. Maybe Devendra was using the data sets of all the things. Okay, but we were not using. And there is an increased efficiency and enhanced productivity under digital agriculture, because probably others have covered this basic introduction. That's why I'm not going in depth. Probably you will be understanding. Then the major objective of the digital agriculture is to reduce the risk. Okay, reduce the risk, minimize the risk to the possible extent, and achieve sustainability and even the market access. Okay. And the technologies which are concentrated, which are suggested for the digital agriculture are, one is the Internet of Things, IoT. Probably some people might have covered this IoT. Then the machine learning, artificial intelligence, machine learning, that is the big data analytics, and also robotic and drones. Robotic and drones are one of the component of the digital agriculture. Probably I will take only the drone to some extent, and then how weather will influence the activity and efficiency of the drones actually. Okay, so then that is leading to the precision agriculture. Drone, as you know, the definition I don't want to define. They are the small aircrafts, which you are discussing since last 8 days. I don't want to take all those things. In agriculture, we use them either for aerial reconnaissance, aerial viewing, crop monitoring, monitoring the crop health, soil moisture, and also decide the pesticide sprays, and also take up this one, weeding and other operations, which you have already discussed. And agriculture drones, they are also called as UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. So all those things, this introductory part, and majorly these drones are being used. One is for field monitoring with respect to various components. What components? Today we are using to assess the watershed management activities also. Drones are used for developing the DEM, digital elevation models, in the watershed management. That is a very important component in deciding soil and water conservation structure precisely, for precise estimation of the location and also the structure. We need to use the DEM. DEM is being developed by using the drones. And even for the crop management aspects, whether irrigated or rainfed situation, we use it for soil moisture assessments also. Soil moisture assessments are also being done by making use of the imagery, with the same RS and GIS technologies. So then it is used for detecting the pest and diseases, and also to manage the pest and diseases also, either by plucking the weeds or by spraying the chemicals at the right time, in right quantum. So, and also to assess the overall field condition, assess the crop health also, we use these drones. And robotics, as you all know, and these are also being used for pest management. Pest management, as I discussed it already, that is, one is for, in case of weeds, image analytics is another component. Image analysis, where machine learning is being trained. The machine is being trained by using data sets, by using the artificial intelligence technology to identify the particular, identify and differentiate the weeds from the crops. Okay, we have the technology. Okay, we have the technology where without application of the pesticide, the drone will go and pluck the particular weeds also. Okay, only unwanted plants will be plucked from the field also. That kind of technology also has been advanced. But those technology to find a place in Indian situation, it will take longer time. Maybe I feel another 50 years because our holding size is very small. Okay, affordability will be a major questions, probably which you already discussed. Okay, so to that extent, okay, even application of the chemicals and differentiation of the diseases and other things. Okay, for all those components, we use the drones. Drones are being used, one for field monitoring, another for pest management. Okay. The key functions of the agriculture drone is already told. One is to monitoring various components. What we are monitoring? One is the crop health monitoring. Okay, crop health monitoring, whether it is infected with a disease or infected with the excessive moisture or affected by the pest or affected by the weeds. Okay, any other things. Okay, to monitor the health status of the crop or even the nutrient deficiency. Okay, to differentiate such things, we use this monitoring. The drones are being used for monitoring the crop health status. And pest and disease detection, as we already know, okay, field surveillance, and also even for irrigation management are also being done, okay, by using the drones. Okay, then planting. Now we got the drones, okay, for planting the crops also. Majorly, this is being tested for rice in Indian situation, but even for other crops in case of this one. And drones are commonly used for planting, okay, in the forest trees where, okay, seed balls are dropped or spread by making use of the drones in the area where it is not possible to enter. Okay, in the area where we can't enter. Okay, so it is being used for planting. Okay, precision planting, and which can able to save that time, and we can also reach the place where we can't reach physically. Okay. So we are using for spraying. Probably this might also have been discussed, and even next talk, Dr. Murligiriyappa will discuss on the spraying component, basically in FISNP and as well as finger millet, which they conducted the experiment for last 2 years. Okay. Then mapping. Okay, mapping for high resolution mappings are prepared with respect to soil, crop health, and productivity analysis. Okay. Now the move has started in the state government, Department of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, okay, where we have the crop cutting experiments. Crop cutting experiments, which you know, okay, to assess the productivity, okay, which is an important component in making policy decisions, and also the insurance. Okay, insurance. Okay. Under that circumstances, now we are training, okay, in one of the component called YES technology, okay, yield estimation through satellite-based technologies. Okay, so in that they are one of the component which we are thinking to use the drones also. Okay, drones also as a component to assess the productivity, yield estimations. Okay, and field boundary mapping. Okay, even in Bangalore, okay, they are using the drone to map the buildings. To map the buildings, to assess the volume of the buildings, to decide the taxation. Taxation they want to decide based on the volume of the building. Okay, any building, you know, the taxation varies with the volume of this one. Okay, so volume can be assessed by making use of the drone survey. They are already started. Almost 70 to 80% of the work in Bangalore has already been completed by making use of the drones. Okay, drones have the applicability in case of mapping. The advantages or the benefits of this using of these drones in agriculture is, one is we can have the precision. Okay, we can bring out the precision to the possible extent. Okay, so the present the level of precision which we are attaining in Indian situation is, okay, it varies with the resources. If you take the nutrient as a component, okay, the precision or the accuracy to an extent of 30 to 35% is reached in Indian situation, 30 to 35%, and it varies among the nutrient again. Okay, nitrogen if you take hardly 20-25%. Okay, like that it is there. Okay, this one. So when you go for using the drones and applying the digital agriculture technologies, okay, we can reach an accuracy up to 70 to 90% in different resources. Efficiency can be improved. Precision and efficiency can be improved. When you increase the efficiency, automatically there will be saving in the times. Time saving can be done, and also reduce the labor, and you can make the decision faster. You can make the decision faster from that context. Okay, drones will have an advantage. And cost reduction. Okay, if you have larger holdings, If you have larger holdings, okay, definitely it is a affordable technology. But if you have very small holdings and hiring the drones for smaller area become costly affair. Okay, today it is costly and tomorrow it may be a future also. Because when that mobile entered into our pockets, okay, nobody was thought, even okay, illiterate farmer in the rural area uses the mobile. Okay, now nobody thought actually at that time. Okay, it was a rich man's, okay, rich man's this one good actually. Okay, now it is today, it is become affordable to everyone, everybody is using, and not one, okay, somebody are using, even 3 and 4 mobiles they are using actually. So to that extent we have advanced. Okay, so that time, okay, illiterate farmer will never thought to use, but today that is a technology. Maybe in the future drone will also may become, as the advancement of the technologies, when customizing comes at affordable cost at the nearest place, under that circumstances drone will become a cost reduction technologies. Okay, with this background, okay, for operation of these drones, okay, we need to understand, okay, the drone performance that depends on, one is the weather conditions. There are many factors which decide the drone performance. Okay, among them, one of the most important parameter in need to be discussed are the weather conditions. Okay, what are the weather parameters which influence on the drone performance? If you take, okay, drone performance is, okay, majorly the 4 components, okay, which are this one. One is with respect to flight stability, okay, battery efficiency, sensor performance, and also visibility. The other factors which govern the performance are, one is the wind, temperature, humidity, and also the precipitation. Okay, wind, temperature, humidity, and precipitation are the 4 major components of the weather which influences the performance, operation of the drone, and also efficiency of the operations. Okay, operation of the drone and performance of the drone is decided based on these parameters. Okay, let us take one by one and discuss how these drones will influence on this operation as well as the efficiency. And the first one which we have taken is the wind. Okay, so wind, okay, which influences the drone by two means. One is the direction from which the wind is blowing, and also the speed of the wind. Okay, wind speed as well as the wind direction. Okay, both the parameters will have an impact on the efficiency. Okay, so if the drone is flying against the wind, if the drone is flying along the wind, okay, just imagine. Okay, that will have the direction will have an influence on that context. Where the speed, okay, at what speed is going. Okay, if you take the wind for this one, the drone performance is efficient when we have light air. Light air means when the wind speed is between 1 to 3 km per hour, 1 to 3 km per hour. Okay, you can operate the wind efficiently. Okay, your energy requirement, efficiency of the drone will be good, and when the wind speed is between 1 to 3 km and up. Miles per hour, miles per hour. Okay, this is miles per hour. Okay, so up to 6 km, okay, 6 km per hour, up to 6 km per hour, the performance is excellent in case of drones. Okay, even you can use the ordinary drones. Okay, when you go for wind speed less than 6 km per hour, or for 3 to 4 km, 4 miles per hour actually. Okay, so whereas if you go for higher wind speed, okay, when you go for higher wind speed, you have to use the respective or appropriate drones. Okay, drones are available even to operate up to 35 km wind speed also, but the cost of those are high. The operational cost is high. Okay, so if you want to use ordinary drones, okay, for Indian circumstances where the resource poor farmers are more, okay, resource poor farmers are dominated. Okay, under that circumstances, okay, if you are using the ordinary drones, okay, wind speed up to 6 km is ideal. Above 6 km, it needs high performance drones actually. Probably types of drones and other things would have been covered previously, okay, which you all know. Okay, so here, okay, this wind will influence on the mobility on the one component. Second thing, when it comes to the efficiency, okay, so when you are taking different operations, say for example you are taking plant protection chemical, okay, or you are taking up the sowing of the paddy seeds. If the wind speed is between 3 to 6 km, okay, up to 6 km per hour, okay, you can drop the seeds precisely wherever you are targeted, wherever you are planned. If the wind speed exceeds, if the wind speed exceeds or which is blowing at a higher speed, then what happens? You can't attain the precision. Okay. So up to 6 km per hour, okay, you will find almost 95% accuracy with respect to the placement of either plant protection chemical or maybe this things. Okay. So when the wind speed increases, okay, from 6 km to 10 km, okay, the efficiency will drop to an extent of 40 to 50%. Okay, efficiency will drop to the extent of 40 to 50% because the water droplet which you are using for the spraying, okay, so when the wind speed is higher, it will be blown little away. Drifting of the chemicals will definitely happen and spreading of the seeds will also happen. Okay, that is how it is. Wind is influencing both the wind speed as well as the direction is impacting on the performance of the drones actually. Okay. Okay. The next component is, okay, when you are flying, okay, on a windy day, what measures we have to take? Probably DGCA people would have already discussed this component. Okay, so I will not take because I am not competent also to in this drone design of the drones actually. So one is, first when you are taking up the wind drone operations, first thing you need to assess the weather condition. First you have to assess whether I have to take up the operation today or not to take up the operation today. That should be primarily dependent based on the weather forecast, weather conditions, and in that weather conditions, you have to compulsorily look for the one is the temperature, another is the wind. Okay, wind and temperature compulsorily you have to see. Okay, because wind and temperature forecast will not be altered from the forecasted value to an extent. Okay, the accuracy of the wind as well as the temperature estimation is to the tune of 80 to 90% under Indian circumstances. Okay, Indian circumstances, the precision of forecast with respect to wind and temperature is almost near to 80 to 90%. Whereas the rainfall forecast, it varies from 40 to 60%. Okay, varies rainfall forecast from 40 to 60% under Indian circumstances, but the wind and temperature is estimated or forecasted accurately to a level of around 80 to 90%. Okay, so and wind and temperature are the most important parameters, okay, which decide the performance of this one. Okay, definitely rainfall will decide, but under rain or foggy situation, we don't we don't operate. But wind and temperature we can precisely know before the operations. Okay, so we need to assess the wind condition. Based on the wind conditions, we have to plan our operations. Okay, we need to plan our operations. Okay, take up the land and into the wind. Okay, I think you might have discussed those components. Okay, second factor or the weather factor which is influencing on the this one is the temperature. Okay, temperature is the second weather parameter which is influencing on the performance of the drone. And if you look at the temperature, the optimum temperature is around 25 to 35 degrees centigrade is ideal, and in our situation for operating the drones actually 25 to 35 degrees centigrade. And if the temperature is too high or if the temperature is too low, is also detrimental in operating the drones for agricultural operations. Okay, both high temperature as well as the low temperature will have negative repercussions on the operation and also the performance of the drones actually. And if you look at the high temperature, under high temperature, here, okay, there will be lot of resistance with respect to various components. High temperature will have an influence especially on the battery efficiency of the drone. Okay, battery efficiency are depending on the high temperature actually. If the temperature is too high, it get warm very quickly. It get warms up very quickly and battery life will be very short actually. So if you are designing the operation for 40 minutes or 50 minutes by a battery, under high temperature circumstances, the battery will get warm and exhaust within 10-15 minutes. Okay, 10-15 minutes. Okay, so high temperature is detrimental. One is for the battery life. Okay, higher ion mobility in the electrolyte. Okay, that will result in this one, and higher discharge will happen under high temperature situation. That makes the battery to get exhaust very quickly. That's one component. Second thing is when the temperature is too high, okay, when you are taking up the spraying at that circumstances, okay, a part of the water, okay, the water evaporation will start even from 15 degrees centigrade temperature itself. Okay, evaporation, although the boiling point is this one, okay, 100 degrees centigrade, okay, the evaporation will start because of the latent heat of water. Okay, the evaporation will start even at 15 degrees centigrade also. Okay. So when the temperature crosses 35 degrees centigrade, the immediate evaporation will also make some portion of the spray okay, to get volatilized. Some spray, quantum of spray to get volatilized, that will reduce the efficiency in turn. Okay, that will reduce the efficiency in turn. Okay, so high temperature, one is it is impacting on the this one battery life, and also the efficiency is affected. Okay. So when it comes to the low temperature, okay, here also the performance is very poor actually. Okay, many a times, okay, if very cool weather, okay, cool weather, our car and bike will not start also. Okay, because that is the thing actually. Okay, so that is because of inactivity. Okay, lower self discharge. Okay, and also lower ion mobility in the electrolyte. Okay, that will result in poor performance of the drones. Poor performance of the drones. Okay, and if the temperature is too low, that is when it comes to less than this one 5 degrees centigrade, or it comes to the negativity, towards the negativity, then a part of the water which is spraying may get precipitate also, may condense, convert into this one ice crystals also, it happens. But Indian situation, we don't find such thing. Maybe in the European continent and also even American continent in the temperate zones, okay, normally that will happen. Okay, but low temperature, less than 15 degrees centigrade, will also have a negative repercussion, because the resistance is more. The resistance is more in case of under low temperature circumstances. Okay, so both the high temperature as well as the low temperature will have a negative impact on the performance of the drone and also its efficiency. Okay, so then how the temperature it influences? Okay, as I already told, in the cold weather situation, okay, in the cold weather situation, we use the lithium batteries. Okay, we are using the lithium batteries in this one. Okay, where the capacity will get reduced and will have shorter flight times. Okay, around 4 degrees centigrade, the battery efficiency will drop by 50%. Okay, drop by 50% to an extent. So that means that your flight time will drop to an extent of 50%. Okay, so under hot weather situation, okay, overheating of the batteries, okay, batteries will get swell. Okay, you know your mobiles, okay, mobile, if you are going for frequent charging, okay, your battery will get bulged actually. Okay, so like that it will happen, overheating of the battery will happen, swelling and leakage will definitely happen under that circumstances. Okay, under that circumstances, if the temperature is more than 35 degrees centigrade, that will increase the risk of runaway of the battery. Battery will get exhaust. Under cold ambient temperature, okay, the sensors will lose the sensitivity. Okay, lower temperature, okay, the sensor will lose the sensitivity. Say for example, if you are using for monitoring or assessing, okay, assessing, the drone is used for monitoring the things. Okay, where you are using the sensor for detection of the pest, diseases, or soil fertility, or soil moisture, such components. Under that such circumstances, the sensors will lose the sensitivity under low temperature situation, and your efficiency or accuracy of the image, whatever you are generated, will be poor. Okay, thermal sensors requires calibration. Okay, for temperature below 5 degrees centigrade, means you need to calibrate. Okay, you need to give calibration, you know actually. Okay, normal situation ge compared ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಡಿವಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಕೇರ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ambient conditions. Okay, under hot ambient conditions, okay, thermal drift will happen. It will okay, there also sensor will lose sensitivity. The sensitivity of the sensors will be affected. Okay, where the thermal cameras, okay, they are not giving the accurate images. Okay, they with the temperature exceeds 30 or 35 degree centigrade. Okay, so high temperature, okay, even extreme cold and extreme this one hot situation, that will have negative impact on the performance of the drone. Okay, so extreme cold situation, which makes the batteries as well as the components to brittle, cracks, and it may break also. It may break. Extreme cold situation, that results in those components. Okay, extreme heat wave situation, under what situation? Okay, thermal expansion of the materials. Okay, all the material will get expand when this one, and sometime it may explode also. Under high temperature situation, that is extreme warm situation, and electric this one batteries may get failure also under extreme temperature situations. Okay, so that is about the temperature. Okay, one is the wind will have both on the application part as well as the efficiency part, and even the temperature has an influence on application and efficiency part. Okay, But too much of research has not been done on this one, because these are all the new topics for research yet again. Okay, drone, okay, major research which has taken up to now is on the designing of the drones actually. Even agricultural application, it needs lot of standardization is required. Okay, it is the information whatever it's available that you could able to compile with the available literature, but not based on so much of research, not by intensive research. Okay. The next factor is the humidity. Humidity means moisture in the atmosphere. Moisture in the atmosphere will also have an impact on the performance of the drones. Okay. So if you take the humidity, which imparts drone performance in two ways, two means. One is it is impacting on the electronic components of the drone actually. Electronic components which includes the batteries and also the sensors. Batteries and sensors are the electronic components. Okay, and also operational challenges. Okay, humidity will also influence from the operational challenges. Okay, that is the visibility. Okay, then the dropping of the chemicals. Okay, all those things will be impacted by the operational challenges. Okay. So if you look at the electronic components, okay, if the moisture is excessive in the atmosphere, okay, high moisture or high humid situation, okay, humid situation, when you are operating the drones, what happens? What happens when you operate under high humid situation? Even our mobiles, okay, majority of the mobiles, they are not water resistant. Okay, water resistant. Okay, maybe recently we got mobiles which are water resistant also, but if water ingression happens, okay, if the water infiltrate or enter into the mobiles, electric gadgets, okay, the conductivity will be affected. Conductivity will be affected actually. That will have an impact on the performance of the drone. Drone performance is decided on that one. Okay. So moisture, when it ingress into the sensitive electronic component, there will be corrosion. Definitely corrosion will happen, and short circuiting. Okay, short circuit. Okay, short aitu anta heltivala. Short circuiting, and that results in malfunctioning. Okay, poor performance of the Okay, and the sensors. Sensor definitely will lose the sensitivity if the humidity is high actually. Okay, so that is from the electronic gadgets. From the operational challenges, okay, high humidity or rainy conditions will have negative repercussions, and even the low humidity situation also will have negative things actually. So when it comes to the operational activities, okay, one, the flight stability under high humidity conditions. Okay, so battery, okay, will be impacted because of the excessive moisture. If the moisture ingression is there, the performance is poor. Then the stability of the drones, okay, stability of the flight, okay, stability of the flight will be affected because of the high humid situation. Number two, when humidity is high, the visibility is poor. Okay, you will not see the farther distance. Okay, visibility is poor. Okay, visibility become poor because of the rain or fog or mist. Okay, that obstruct the visibility. That will affect the visibility. Then battery performance, again, okay, high humidity, that affects the battery performance. There the flight time will reduce considerably. That's one part. And if humidity is high, from the efficiency part, if you look, okay, you are, say for example, just imagine you are taking the spraying operation with the drones, okay, under high humid situation. Okay, you have designed a particular droplet size. Okay, the moisture, okay, that the component which whatever it is spraying, they are mostly hygroscopic components. Hygroscopic components. Whatever the moisture which is present in the atmosphere, you have designed for a particular droplet size. Okay, those components will absorb the moisture and become thicker. The droplet size will increase. When the droplet size increases, automatically the efficiency of the applied chemicals or applied component will reduce, because okay, if the droplet size designed is sufficient to wet or make the droplet to absorb on the water, on the leaf surface. If the droplet size increases, then it becomes heavy. When it becomes heavy, the droplet will start falling down actually. The droplet will start falling down. When it falls down, the component, active ingredient component, which is supposed to be absorbed by the leaf, which is supposed to be take up the control activity or management activity, will drop it into the soil. This performance will be affected. Definitely the performance will be affected. Okay, that is one thing. If the humidity is too low, too dry, under too dry situation, less than 40% humidity, under that circumstances, if you are taking up the spraying up chemicals, then you are supposed to spray more chemicals, more than the recommended, because a part of this one okay, part of the moisture because of the vapor pressure deficit, VPD, vapor pressure gradient, okay, gradient, some part of the moisture will be distributed into the atmosphere itself, suspended into the atmosphere. The drier particles which are suspended in our air, okay, will also absorb some moisture under dry situation. When they absorb some moisture, okay, the droplet size what is supposed to be reaching the ground, okay, will get reduced, and that will also affect on the efficiency of the applied, this one, efficiency will be affected, okay. That way both high humidity as well as low humidity will have negative implications on the performance of the drones, Okay, so a study conducted by ICIA and others, they have reported in the year 2020, where they have studied the impact of humidity on droplet size and also the coverage and the deposition amount. Okay, as the humidity increases, okay, the droplet size will start increasing up to 55 or 60% humidity. The whatever the designed droplet size is there, okay, designed droplet size is there, that was achieving. As the humidity rises, okay, normally what happens, the droplet size will increase because that whatever the moisture which is suspended in the atmosphere, a part of the moisture will be congregated or aggregated along with the sprayed droplet. Okay, so droplet size increases. When the droplet size increases, automatically, okay, the coverage and deposition will start declining. Okay, deposition, total quantity of deposition will increase after 60%. Total quantity of deposition will increase. Okay, and the coverage will reduce. Coverage will reduce means, okay, when the droplets become heavy, okay, it is supposed to spread on the entire leaf mass. Entire leaf mass or the coverage which is designed. Okay, so what happens, the bigger droplet will drop at one point, okay, and it may spill over also, okay, which may drift also, it may drift into the soils actually. Okay, so that way the coverage will also reduce. Okay, coverage will reduce after certain this one, and the optimum humid condition as per the study is, okay, around 60 to 75 or maximum 80% humidity is ideal for taking up the spraying, especially spraying components. Okay, so this is the study. Then the last parameter which is influencing on the influencing the drought performance is the precipitation. That is, precipitation is the all form of water which comes from atmosphere into the earth surface. Okay, any form of water which comes from atmosphere into the earth surface is called as precipitation, which includes rainfall, okay, fog, dew, mist, and all those components. Okay, and the other components. Okay, okay. So precipitation impact the drone performance. Okay, again it is the moisture ingression. Okay, if you are taking up this spraying or any drone activity during the rainy period or foggy period or when the dew is in excessive situation, then what happens? Whatever the moisture which is suspended or whatever the moisture which falls from the which is falling from the atmosphere, okay, will be ingrained into the components, various components of the drone. Maybe battery may get absorb the water, or the other components may, water will definitely enter into the this one. Okay, that ingression, okay, will definitely have the same effect which we have discussed during the humidity. High humid situation only, whatever the things which we have discussed, same will be the impact. Okay, precipitation like rain, snow, okay, when it poses the significant risk, okay, which poses significant risk where the moisture ingression will make the electronic gadgets to lose their sensitivity. Sensitivity of the electronic gadgets, both the sensors as well as the electronic gadgets in the drones, okay, both the components will be affected because of the excessive precipitation. And when it comes to the operational challenges, okay, similar to the high humidity conditions, one, stability of the flight will be affected definitely under this one. Okay, and if the rain together with the wind will have double effect. Okay, double or triple effect compared to the triple negative effects. Okay, negative effects when they integrate together. Okay, so this visibility will be affected, flight stability will be affected from the operational point. From the efficiency point, so you are designing to spray a particular pesticide, but maybe weedicide or insecticide or fungicides which you have designed. Okay, so if the moisture is in excess, then what happens? Okay, so the rainfall happens during that circumstances. The water droplets which is coming from the atmosphere, okay, will also merge with the sprayed droplets. Okay, when the droplets becomes heavy, okay, its efficiency automatically will go down. Okay, and it will not fall in the place which is designed, which is planned actually. It may, there will be a drifting of the things will definitely happen. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, that is the flight safety is also affected, visibility is also affected, and this payload performance, that is the sensors. Okay, sensors will also lose their sensitivity, their functionality quality will get reduced under rainy condition and impacting on the quality of the data, okay, in case of mapping, and quality of the performance in case of spraying and other components and the operations that will be affected under high rainfall situations. Okay. And here, okay, rainfall, okay, maximum of 45 millimeter, okay, is tolerable where, okay, here the sensor performance, okay, will be poor, okay, even under high rainfall situation. Okay, that study conducted by Yashushi and others in the year, they reported recently, okay, where the sensor performance is significantly affected by the sensitivity of the small droplets, okay, droplets under rainfall situation, okay. Rather than the total precipitation, it is the this one intensity, it matters a lot. Intensity of the precipitation matters a lot. Okay. So if you look at the overall performance of the drone, okay, under different situations, different seasons, okay, seasonal impacts. Seasonal impacts means it is the congregation of all the weather parameters during that particular period. And we have 4 distinct seasons, okay, during the spring season, okay, where the visibility of the weather, including rain and wind and occasional storms, okay, will be there actually, okay, that will be unpredictable condition, can complicate flight planning and also operations, okay, that is high moisture conditions, okay, that will have negative during the spring season, okay. And here the care should be taken to perform through free flight weather checks, okay, means you need to plan based on the weather forecast. Among the weather forecast, as I already told, temperature and this one, wind, okay, both wind direction and speed, we have an accuracy to an extent of 80%, 80 to 90%. Okay, those parameters should be taken compulsorily from the weather forecasting, okay, weather forecast information in deciding the flight operations. Okay. So then schedule the flights during the stable weather conditions only. Avoid the extreme weathers, okay, high humid conditions, high windy conditions. You avoid that, because even if you are airing, whether you operate or not operate, you have to pay. Okay, you have to pay. I think it's per day, it's almost 10,000 rupees at the present cost. Okay, present cost under Bangalore situations. Okay, one day you are paying 10,000 at this moment means, okay, whether you spray it or not, if they comes, definitely we have to pay them. Okay, so you have to plan, okay, based on the, you need to schedule the flights or the operations based on the weather, stable weather, whenever there is a stable weather conditions. Okay, and then, okay, other thing is you can use the resistant drones. Okay, weather resistant drones can also be used. Okay, that is the component which might have DGCA people might have discussed already. Okay, during summer things, okay, summer months we have high temperature. High temperature is an integral component of the summer things. Okay, under that circumstances, okay, high temperature and pre-monsoon showers, if there means thunderstorms. It will be accompanied with thunderstorms, and also strong sunlight will be there under that circumstances. Okay. Heat can reduce the battery efficiency. The bulging, expansion of the battery will happen under high temperature, which we all discussed. Okay. So, and efficiency will increase, the risk will increase. Efficiency will reduce and risk will increase actually. So, fly during cooler parts of the day. That is, you can plan either during the early morning hours or late evening hours during the summer months. Okay, that decisions you can take. Okay. Monitor the battery temperature and performance. Regularly you monitor the battery temperature. If the battery temperature is crossing 37 degrees centigrade, 30, 35, 37 degrees centigrade, automatically it is better to stop the flight. Okay. So then ensure proper ventilation and cooling system in place. Okay, cooling system and ventilation for the battery component in the drone. Okay, that will cool down the battery. That is the design part actually. In the design part, they can take care of this one for flying during the summer. During autumn season, okay, increased wind speeds, more frequent rains, and temperature fluctuations are very common during the autumn seasons. Okay. Under that situation, wind and rain can affect the flight stability, and also accuracy of the sensors, sensitivity of the sensors will also get affected. Okay. So choose the flight times when wind speeds are lower. Okay, compulsorily you have to look for the weather forecast and decide the schedule of the flight based on the wind characteristic, and avoid flying in rainy condition. Use waterproof drones if necessary, if required actually. Okay, and adjust the flight plans based on the updated weather forecast. Okay, during autumn season. During winter season, it is a cold conditions. Cold conditions are prevailing. Those cold conditions will also have negative impact. Okay. Cold can reduce the battery life and affect the drone efficiency, and even the sensitivity of the sensor will also be optimum if the temperature is between 15 to 35 degrees centigrade. Okay. Lower temperature will also negatively impacting on the this one. Use the drones with cold resistant batteries and also components. Okay, the technology has advanced. Such cold resistant batteries can be used for this one. Okay, plan the flight during the warmest part of the day. That means during the winter season, which you are taking spraying means summer we told early morning and late evening hours, and winter season you can take from 10 o'clock 10 o'clock up to 4 o'clock you can run the flights. Okay. Ensure proper de-icing, okay, procedures for the visibility check. Means cooling system, this one, we have to, this one, okay. And the technological solutions for this adverse conditions, okay, technological solutions for this adverse condition is, okay, you can use, okay, appropriate drones which are resistant to the adverse weather conditions. That is a one component. Okay, maybe the design component, when they discussed, they might have discussed this component. Okay, then advanced sensors. As I already told, the sensitivity of the sensor, that depends on the manufacturer. Okay, so some sensors, they perform better at 15 to 35. That is the 15 to 35 degrees centigrade is the optimum temperature for most of the sensors. Few sensors, when you are going approaching the sun, okay, they have designed even to match, okay, more than 10,000 degrees centigrade also. Okay, so based on the weather condition or temperature of that particular place, the maximum temperature recorded in that particular place, okay, you can design the batteries, you can design the sensors also. Okay, electronic technologies to be used to adjust the sensor sensitivity, okay, resilience to that particular weather. Say for example, if you are going for Rajasthan or Raichur belt, okay, where 45 degrees centigrade, or in Rajasthan 52 53 degrees centigrade becomes very common. When you are taking the sensors or the batteries, okay, you can design to that particular temperature under that circumstances. Okay, because when you design for more and more resistance, okay, you need to invest more and more. Okay, the cost of this one, that investment will become higher. Okay. Then software integration, okay, this one I told, adjustment or the correction factor need to be accommodated under extreme weather conditions. Okay, for that you can use the software components. Okay. So the best practices for drone operation and varied weather condition is, I think this might have already been discussed. One is you need to go for pre-flight checks, okay, regularly check the weather forecast, and also for the specific parameters, especially the, as already told, temperature and wind speed. Okay, regularly you have to check for this one. Okay, then monitor the real-time weather updates before and during the drone operations. Okay, so that is the pre-flight checks. Best practices for operations, okay, that is emergency protocols and flight plan adaptations. Okay, probably this also might have discussed by the DGCA people. Okay, I'll keep the material, maybe you can go through, because two more people has to complete their presentation before the lunch. I don't want to take longer time. Okay, so with this I would like to conclude that, okay, say the Indian circumstances, definitely digital agriculture is definitely required. Okay, in many circumstances we are thinking, okay, this one, Israel agriculture, okay, Israel agriculture to be implemented in the Karnataka, not only Karnataka, in the entire country. Okay, the government is thinking on that line. Okay, okay, the technologies, basically it is more of digitized farming actually. Digital farming, we have our own constraint in Indian situation. As I already told, it is, one is resource poor farmers on one side, and the poor holding size, okay, lower holding size, where the holding size is less than 1 hectare for more than 82% of the people in the farming in Indian situation. Under that circumstances, okay, we need to digitize definitely on the one side. So on the other side, it is the labor crisis. Okay, labor crisis is happening in most part of the country for agriculture activities. Okay, although about 56% of the population, they are still depending on agriculture in Indian situation. Okay, Indian situation. Okay, we are facing the labor crisis. Even if we pay 5,500 rupees or 1,000 rupees per day, we are not getting the labors. Okay, we are not getting the labors. That is associated with so many parameters which you all know, our policies, okay, our this one, okay. So they are all, okay, making the labor unavailable for agriculture things. Under that circumstances, we need to think for achieving the food security by the alternate means. The alternate means is the digital agriculture. In the digital agriculture, considering the present circumstances, definitely drone is one component. Okay, drone component, okay, which is influenced definitely by the weather conditions, and weather conditions. Okay, we have the forecasting system existing. Okay, existing forecast system is good for temperature and this one, humidity and temperature. We are good actually, and also the, okay, there is a poor accuracy in case of precipitation, but the performance can be based on, okay, temperature and wind is the major weather parameters which we need to take care during the operation, and also operation of the drones actually. Under that circumstances, you please consider all these parameters in designing the drone operations to make it more efficient. Thank you. Sorry, I may be a bit faster for want of time, because two more are in the queue actually. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Any questions? No, no more questions. Means, sir, thank you very much, because I think you experienced how the Yeah, we'll have the tea break. Before that, there is an announcement. So today we'll be extending 1 hour extra so that we should not go and come back again. So that we'll be completing by 2:30 for the lunch. Then after the lunch, we'll be taking the demonstration of the drone which was left out. Okay, let us hope the weather supports us for today's flying. Okay, that flying will be taken in front of the guest house, that is LAN is there, where will be taken. So immediately you can have the lunch. So then around 3:30 we'll plant there. Okay, two more lecture is there. Now the Dr. Modal Girepe will be presenting the case studies with respect to the pulses, particularly finger millet and in cereals, core cereals, that is finger millet. Another one is red gram, what the case studies has been done. Okay, then afterwards a decision support system with respect to the soil and water, that will be covered by the Dr. Satish is also two resource persons for Bangalore, because they had a sudden meeting at 6 or 7 o'clock. So again they want to rush back to US Bangalore. That's the reason we have postponed the lunch timings from 1:30 to 2:30. You can have the break for 10 minutes for tea. The tea is ready and you can gather. Third speaker, Dr. Modalgiri. Sir has almost total more than 26 years of experience in teaching, research, and as well as the extension. So briefly, I will read out some of the very few his contributions with respect to the professional and as well as the award and honors. So he served as an counselor for Indian Society of Agronomy from Karnataka chapter, so, and elected as an counselor for the Indian Society of Pulses Research and Development, and is advisory for the SAC for the ICR KVK system, and he served as a member for editorial committee, and his professional contributions, he has guided more than 10 students with respect to the PhD and as well as the MSc students. Okay, so more important, is a very good cropping system and as well as dryland scientist. He has visited more than 10 countries, USA, Switzerland, France, Germany, Singapore, Thailand, and as well as Israel for upgrading with respect to the dryland conditions and also the cropping system. Sir has completed as external funded projects with the worth of more than 5 crores. So he's specialized especially in the dryland agriculture, sir. And he has awarded that is Kalyana Krishnamurthy National Award in 2022-23 as a Best Agriculture Researcher, which is from the ICR. And they received the National Level Award Fellow of the Society from Indian Society of the Agronomy. And the Best Achievement Award in 2016 for outstanding contribution in the field of agronomy. Nagamma Dattatreya Rao Award for the research activities, Best Extension Worker Award during 2005-6, and many more. So, okay, is in his 26 experience, he has specialized in the field of particularly cropping system and as well as dryland agriculture. And apart from this, he is the principal nodal officer for the drone project at US Bangalore right now. Sir has conducted several research work with related to the agronomic studies, particularly. So sir completed all those case studies he is presenting, sir. So with respect to the finger millet and as well as red gram, sir. These are all national participants. Today is the 8th day, and they are from PDKV Maharashtra and Kerala and industries and the universities from Bangalore, Dharwad, Raichur, and also from our universities participants. And it is a heterogeneity group, sir. Agronomy, pathology, entomology, engineers, extension, horticulturist, like that. So it's a complete heterogeneity group. Right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. So, okay, good afternoon, all of you. Probably in last 8 days, probably you might have heard what is drone, the importance of drone, and its applicability, particularly in different agrarian systems, right? So these drones play an important role, right? Why these drones are important? Less time, then? Huh?
Reduce the quantity of spray solution.
Yeah, quantity of spray solution, efficiency, use efficiency, right? More important is this is labor. So in order to reduce the drudgery, right? So this is the one thing, a major issue, particularly whenever we take up the spraying, particularly in some of the crops like cotton and also in pigeon pea. Probably during 2000, during 2019, 19 and 2000, we were having at Raichur. There will be 200 acres of cotton fields. There it was very difficult to spray these cotton crop because those times there were no BT. No, nowadays of course because of BT. So farmers used to take up 12 to 14 sprays in cotton for different maybe sucking pest, particularly the pod borer. So those were the days, and farmers were facing lot of problem. And it is very difficult to, for human to scout particularly the skilled laborers. So the human skilled scouts are very difficult. Then again drudgery, one more important thing, and difficult to spray sometimes also, the workers. So because of all these advantages, so these drones, revolutionized whole agriculture system, right? So yeah, these drones play an important role, right? So these drones, flocking and hovering, but only in only few agrarian systems. So in different agro ecosystem services, only the percentage of adoption of through these drones is very meager, I can say, because very recently all over India they have developed standardized SOPs. No, probably you might be knowing what are SOPs, right? Standard operating procedures. They are developed for different crops. Standard operating procedures. These standard operating procedures developed particularly for which type of inputs? Agriculture chemicals, maybe pesticides, or some not herbicides. So all over India, the SOPs for herbicides are not available. They are not also recommended. Probably due to whenever they're spraying the drift and there may be drinking water, so the most of the inputs may get admixed with these drinking water. That might be the reason where they have not developed SOC particularly for herbicides. So all other fungicides, even pesticides, then growth hormones, nutrients, they have developed different SOPs. And all over India, they have developed different SOPs in different crops. But in case of finger millet, so during 5 years back, the government of Karnataka has allotted different crops to different universities, right? For Raichur, for example, they have taken cotton and paddy. For our university, they have given the red gram and finger millet. So all over India, there is no SOPs for finger millet. So SOPs are available for pigeon pea, but in finger millet, there are no SOPs. So hence, we have last year only, because of the financial crunch, 3 years back, we have not conducted these experiments. With the last year, our Honorable Vice Chancellor has given some amount around 15 lakhs. So with that amount, we have conducted this study in our 10 agroclimatic agriculture research stations coming under USB jurisdiction, right? So we are validating the SOP for finger millet, and we are developing SOPs for finger millet. So we are validating SOPs for red gram, and developing these SOPs for finger millet, right? Yeah, these are the different objectives wherein we have conducted this experimentally to develop or validate the SOPs, particularly for the pigeon pea, that is red gram, where the pest complex is more compared to the cereals like the finger millet, and to assess the bioefficacy and phytotoxicity of different agrochemicals applied using drones. And the third objective is again a capacity building program. Wherever possible, particularly Hassan, Bangalore and Chamarajanagar, we have conducted capacity building program also for the different students, particularly the final year students. Actually, the taking of herbicides through drones is restricted, but anyway, we are conducting some research, at least for our purpose. So a few of our students are also working on herbicides. 2 of my students have worked on herbicides. Here also 2 or 3 students, they are working on herbicides. But all over India, actually, this is banned. For research purpose, we are conducting some field trials through by giving different students, right? So these are the 10 different agroclimatic zones where we have conducted this drone-based operations, and these are the scientists responsible for these different agroclimatic zones. No, in the beginning, Naveen was also mentioning this is the multidisciplinary team. So this is also multidisciplinary team involving all entomologists, then agronomist, pathologist, and also engineer, right? So he has standardized the different heights and the spray also. So they played different role. So entomologist. So this is the layout. Any idea what is the optimum size for taking up this drone? Anybody? Huh? Okay. So okay, actually that is too less. So we tried with 15, 20, 25 also, probably 25 meters square by 25 meters square, roughly it comes to around 625 square meters. So for one plot. So each treatment would be around 600 to 625. So that is the ideal size. And actually we have gone for 15, 20 meters also. So this 25 meters would be ideal. What we have given some conducted filler trial. So this 25 meter, the square plants probably require for a smooth conduct of or spraying of the different chemicals through these domes, right? So like this, maybe we have to leave one buffer zone, either maybe between the replication or maybe between the treatments. So in all about to conduct this maybe involving only 2 treatments, in all we require about 95 meters by 65 meters, right? So at least 20 to 25 meter would be ideal for conducting any drone experiments for each treatment. Maybe 2 replication or 3 replication depending upon the availability of the land. You can go for the either 20 or 25 meter square meter area, right? So that the pilot can conveniently operate with this size of the plot. Either 20 also is convenient, but 25 meter is most ideal compared to the 20 meter involving 625 square meters. So of course, yeah, these are the 2 treatments we have taken. Of course, these are the different varieties. So the very purpose of going different varieties, probably different varieties, no, some varieties are tall, some varieties dark. Is there any difference in lodging and other things? To work out these lodging pattern, we have included purposefully we have included the different varieties of both that is finger millet and also the pigeon pea, right? So these are the different varieties. These are the that is crop calendar. These are the different events, right? Sowing times, date of harvest, and other things in all 10 the agroclimatic zones or agriculture research stations. So of course, probably you are knowing, no, this is very important. What is the drawback here now? Any idea? By going this drones, right? We have to battery. Battery is the most important thing. Earlier that battery lasts for only 10 to 15 minutes. So we have to carry around 6 to 8 batteries. So that's the most disadvantage of this one. You can see here the last 9th one, right? Ninth one. That is this one. This is the battery. So now again somebody was telling yesterday. So now they are developing these batteries for 45 to 50 minutes. So at least if the batteries last for 45 to 50 minutes, they can cover large area. Or otherwise it is very difficult for 4 or 5 minutes or 10 minutes for every probably 1 acre. So they have to change these batteries. Lithium batteries, something. Hydrogen batteries are available. They are anyway conducting research on these things, right? So these are the different parts. So this is the tank, right? What is the capacity of this tank? 10 liters, right? So 10 liter or 10 liter plus 1 liter, right? So this is the 10 liter capacity. We are adding some chemicals also. So total actually this is 11 liter capacity. So it can hold around 11 liters. So these are the different parts, right? So actually the main objective of taking this experiment is to standardize these important parameters, right? So number 1 is spray uniformity. Of course, again this is important, and this can be done with the help of some specialized water sensitive papers are available. Through those water sensitive papers you can go for the uniformity test, and of course spray drift. So again some methods are available to know the drift hazards. Then of course the forward speed, the meter per second, then height of the spray, optimum height of the spray, then the discharge rate, sometimes 60%, 90%, and what is the total volume of the spray. Sometimes some universities they are recommended 25 liters, 30 liters, 55 liters, and so on. And of course, in different universities, what they are recommended is only one volume. But what we are recommending is the early stages, the volume is different, and is kind of papers that is in order to know the droplet deposit patterns. So these are a kind of some yellow type of material. So these are these papers are called water sensitive papers, right? So maybe in maybe for 11,000 rupees, maybe you will get to some 100 strips. So these kind of strips are available. You can go for studying the droplet pattern. And of course, you can different heights you can place in different crop. It depends upon the crop. You can see here. So positioning of these water sensitive paper for the collection of spray droplet. So here the main idea, we have collected 3 places, so top, middle, and also the bottom, mainly whether any letting of these chemicals for the lower layers. Also probably in the next slide you will get the clarity about the wetting pattern even in the below leaves also. So you can see here so we are starting the drone spray here, and we are ending like this. So in each 25 meters we are placing a different water sensitive papers in different crops, in different heights of the different parts, maybe top, middle, and also the bottom, right? So you can see so that is starting point, ending point, location of water sensitive paper, and of course this is the field boundary. So 5 meters. So for every maybe replication, one treatment will be 25 meters. Within the treatment also 5 meters, and within the replication, between the replication also, between the treatment and between the replication is also 5 meters. That is buffer. So we will come to know how this 5 meter play an important role when we working out the drift hazards. You can see here this is the positioning of water sensitive papers at different heights. So probably you can see here so in the next slide you can see here the droplets in the particularly in the top, because of the heavy wind or the heavy atomization, the droplets is comparatively lesser in the top compared to the middle and the lower leaves. You can see in the next slide. You can see here right. So in different treatments, so lower, middle, and the bottom, you can see here at the bottom also there will be a clear letting of the spray liquids at the bottom of the the leaves also. So probably in top, because of the wind, that branch because of shaking, because of high wind, probably the counts are less compared to this either middle or the bottom. I can say here we have studied the droplet deposition density in different research stations. So in average you can see here again middle and lower leaves are better compared to the top. So because of the wind there will be shaking of the different branches. Probably that might be the reason where the deposition pattern is more in middle and lower leaves compared to the top one. So this is the study of drift, for drift hazards. This is the position of water sensitive paper. So here what we did know in the beginning, we have placed different papers in the buffer zone. But because of the speed of the drone, it is difficult to maintain those papers. So that's why we have gone this method. We have made with the help of this stick, and that is water sensitive paper. We have placed that water sensitive paper here. You can see here. So that is the actually water sensitive paper, only we have fixed for that part only. So here you can see here to study the drift, right? Yeah, this is the target area, that is the non-target area. We can see this is mainly to see the drift, how much drift, if you spray particular plot, the target area, either it goes to 1 meter or 2 meter, 3 meters, sometimes 4 meters. That also we worked out. In the next slides you will come to know the how much drift can be possible. And only thing is what is the optimum wind for spraying any drones. Maybe 5, maximum 5. They are telling 3, but 5 is ideal. Less than 5 should be there. 5 kilometer per second is the wind speed. 5 kilometer per hour is the wind speed, right? So this is the effect of different heights of drone spray on the droplets. Again you can see here. So here you can see up to here in non-target area up to 5 meters. So up to 5 meters, so the droplet 1 meter 2.4, then 1.5, then 2 meters we have studied. So at the most 5 meters. So 5 meter, 4 meter is sufficient actually. If you leave 5 meters, that would be ideal. So this also you can see here with a discharge rate of 60%, with a drift distance of 3 to 4 meters, the 49 around 50, the numbers per centimeter square, and we require, I was mentioning in the beginning, around 35 liters per hectare in the beginning. But at the later stages, we require the discharge of 90%, around 55 liters per hectare. So this is at early stages, and this is at later stages. So this is the total quantity we have worked out for particularly pigeon pea. So 35 liters in the early stages and 55 liters per hectare in the later stages.
Was that for one location or it is the average of all?
1 hectare, 1 location. 1 location only we have taken average. That's why 55 it comes. So 55 at the later stages, in the beginning 35 liters. It is the average of 10 locations. And again the second objective is mainly to assess the bioefficacy and fight different agrochemicals applied using drones. So these are the different stages. Particularly last year, we around 25% we have received less rain. So because we noticed drought, so we gone for 1% KNO3. It is very much necessary during that drought. You can go for 1% of KNO3 or some growth hormones, that is potassium nitrate. Some blast also we could notice, particularly the neck blast. So in finger millet, these are the different operations. You can see here, there is no much difference between the conventional and also the, particularly in case of finger millet. When we see the KNO3, either through drone or conventional, there will not be any much difference. So you can conveniently go for, because most of the growers, what they are telling, we are adding the total required quantity of the inputs or the chemicals in 10 liters here, drones. There the total quantity will be, in, there may be how many liters the volume per hectare in the conventional? 500, maybe 200 or 250 per acre, maybe 500 liters foliage, right? So you can see here for that condition we have gone this, there is no phytotoxicity even if the entire thing is put in 10 liters, the total quantity. So of course we have recorded the SPAD and green seeker also. There is no again much difference between these two treatments. Of course, so these are the different observations we have recorded in different research stations. Then again neck blast, different research stations. Then there is not much difference. But on the contrary, if we come to the finger mill, of course these are the other observations we have recorded. when we coming to know, even you can see phytotoxic, there is no phytotoxic effect of different chemicals, either even tricyclozole, mancozeb, or any other thing. Even we put the total quantity in 10 liters. That is, we didn't notice any the abnormalities in different crops. This is of course the fungicides sprayed in different locations, and of course again this is most important, the pulse magic, right? So pulse magic also we have gone, what is the recommendation? Probably 2 kg per acre. The pulse magic and the insects, these are the different chemicals we have used. Yeah, this is the data. So on the contrary, you can see here some difference here. It's the total number of pods, pod length. There is some difference even in also insecticides. You can see here the yield parameters. You can see here the ultimately the comparison between the pod borer incidence between drone and conventional method of spray. You can see here there is a clear difference between the drone and also the convention. Why? Why this much difference? Because even we space the pigeon pea, maybe even 4 feet or 5 feet, again the growth will be more. If you go for sowing of the pigeon pea, particularly during May, the growth is again very huge growth. So because of this, again it is difficult to enter. It is difficult to go for spraying with the manual spray. So probably that might be the reason where it is difficult to cover also the entire plot. So that's why that might be the reason this much difference. So even in drone spray also around 80-85% efficacy, right? So this should not be 100%, because any insecticide, further multiplication and other things, there should not be 100%, maybe 75%, 80%, or maybe 85-90%. So this is the data obtained in different these things. This is the pod borer incidence. You can see here the pod borer incidence we have noticed, and of course there are no hypernasty or hypernasty symptoms. So again totally the main objective of ours is to validate the standard operating procedures. These are their recommendation, those are our recommendation. You can see here they have gone for 25 liters, we have gone around 55 liters, depending. This varies with foliage of the different crops. So again, of course, different nozzles, then swath with time cover, all these we have compared with the standard operating procedure what they have developed for particularly for the pigeon pea. So of course these are the different these things. Then of course I was mentioning the capacity building program. So this is the experiment we have taken up at the seed unit, particularly for spraying of even the nano DAP also, nano urea also. Of course this is in one seminar our agriculture minister also participated. Of course this is in different research block. Those things are our again MSc students, they are working for different herbicide also. These are again the visit of our honorable board members in one of the particular the research station, that Nenamak. So in front of them we have also organized one demo there. Then of course this is again at Chamraj Nagar, Hassan. These are the different capacity building programs. And of course during Krushi Mela also, this is again a block, and we have displayed whatever the results we have obtained through that gadgets. And of course ultimately we are conducting some experiment on can we save at least maybe 10 or 15% of the inputs. So that experiment is anyway going on. This is the first year trial, we cannot say, or we cannot conclude. At least maybe 15 or 20% of the inputs can be saved. Again this experiment will be continued for 1 or 2 years. So this is again this is our area. So this is one technology park we are showcasing for farmers. Nearly around 3 to 4 lakhs farmers are visiting, and this is the drone image what we have taken at our assistant. Huh? Avre. ಇಂಟರ್ಕ್ರಾಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಆವಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ದಿ ಪೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟು. ಪಿಜನ್ ಪಿ ಪೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ಬೇರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ KNO3 ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಕೆಟ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ. Nutrient spray, even 19 all, then KNO3, then those things you can spray for both finger millet and also the pigeon pea.
Sir, as like in conventional method, whatever the dosage of the pesticide we have used,
Correct.
so it is as per the recommended dose per acre, right?
Correct. So here, around 200 liters per acre. If you take some X chemical, 2 grams, 2 gram into 200 is, what is that? 400 gram we are putting in 200 liters in conventional. Here, total the quantity of fertilizer, the input putting in 10 liters. Same 400 gram in 10 liters. So that we are working out. Can we reduce at least maybe 10 or 15%? This experiment is...
Even 10 to 20% can be achievable.
Yeah, definitely we are seeing,
So
because...
whenever we go for the power sprays,
Correct.
ultimately we are recommending the farmers to use the doses up to 3 times.
Correct.
So for this drone technology, there might be 5 to 6 times dosage as per liter if you consider.
Correct. At least, if you, even if you 15 to 20% if you say no, that will be enormous.
Yes.
That we are working on different insecticides or maybe fungicides. That experiment is again continued. This is the first filler trial where we have achieved around 15% in different maybe insecticide, even pulse magic also. Actually, right now we are renting. For actually day we are giving around 10,000 rupees per day. So in 10,000 rupees we are covering 3 to 4 locations. Depending upon the availability of the time and other things, we are covering 2 to 3 nearby research stations. If you go to Hassan, only one unit is possible.
So for standardizing things, we are conducted in a different locations. So for individual locations, the weather parameters might have influenced in a different level.
Definitely.
So after averaging them, we are neutral.
Yes.
How can we justify for the individual locations?
When we take the average only, we will get some maybe 30 liters, 35 liters, then again 30 liters. When we make it average, it is a presentation of all other stations. Maybe in not much too much variations. Only thing is the prerequisite is 3 to 4, maximum 5 kilometer per hour the wind speed. That one should take into account.
So into 25 liters on
ಯಾವುದಮ್ಮ 25 ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪ್ರೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರದೇ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗು ಫೀಲರ್ ಟ್ರಯಲು 25, 30, 35, 40. ನೀರಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈವನ್ ಇಟ್ ಗೋ ವಿತ್ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಸೊ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅರೈವ್ಡ್ ಅಟ್ 35 liters at early stages, 55 liters at the later stages. Based on the canopy. Particularly this is important only for pigeon pea. So finger millet not much difference, but for pigeon pea, because of huge canopy at the later stages we require around 50-55 liters. Again sometimes the tank capacity is 10 liters. If 50 or 60, can we round off, we are thinking, because that only 10 liters. 5 times, if 50 liters it can run 5 times or 6 times. That we are working on. But when we took the average of 10 research stations, it came to 55 liters at the later stages, of beginning 35 liters at the early stages. Research station only, not in the farmer speed, only in the research stations.
In red gram we see lot of insects.
Correct.
After using the drone spray, is there any reduction in number of sprays?
Where?
We usually go for 4 to 5 or more than 5 rounds. After the closing, is there any?
Actually, this is not the reduction in the pesticide. So depending upon the pest, we are going for different chemicals. Different chemicals through drone. We cannot reduce. Sometimes whenever the pest appearance, we have invariably have to go either through conventional or through drone. We are comparing conventional and drone. That's all.
But even in case of like insecticides like other directive,
Correct.
more than 10,000 ppm or up to 50,000 ppm. Again, for such type of chemical, it is not possible to go with the doses per acre. Because they may cause a scorching effect to the plants.
That we need to study.
Yes.
Those things, we need to study those things. Probably nimbicide and other, chemicals we need to study.
55 liters per hectare means in normal conventional spray it needs 500 to 600 liters.
Correct.
Then the concentration also increases 10 times. For if you use the same quantity of the chemical, the concentration usually the drone will be 10 times higher than the.
Correct. Whatever the quantity of chemicals or inputs we are, recommendation. Already I was mentioning 200 liters into 400 grams we are putting in 200 liters. 400 gram of pesticide we are putting in 10 liters. That we are reducing. That's why I told 15% in filler trial we could reduce at least 15% of the inputs. This has to be repeated this year and also next year also. Project funded by University of Agriculture Science Bangalore only. They have given 15 lakhs. This is actually the KSDA. So KSDA, they have given some assignments to different university to work out the drone based operations for different crops. For our university, they have given pigeon pea and finger millet. For Raichur, paddy and cotton. 3 to 4 university they have assigned some work.
DATCs also they demonstrated sir. Similarly, Chikmagalur DATC,
Okay.
they demonstrated chickpea special through dry spray in pigeon.
Actually, some KVKs, particularly in our university, Ramnagara KVK, they are having some project on drone only. They have purchased the drone and they are conducting experiment particularly on mango. Mango again there is a pest complex, different pest. They are trying the pest in case of mango. Ramnagara. They have taken one drone also. They have purchased one drone. They are working on. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ರಿಸಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ sometimes here we may get because of something we may get less here the volume or the dosage there may be 30-35 liters, so that's why we have averaged in 10 resuscitations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for presenting the case studies. I think 3 case studies. One is with respect to the rice. I think you have undergone. Another with the cotton. Now finger millet and as well as the pigeon pea. I think now we can see how the SOP is different from one crop to another crop. Here the plot size is 25 meter by 25 meter is a minimum plot size because of the plant population and the spacing. When you go with the finger millet, again it is less. When with the paddy and with the cotton, see that is how SOP need development. Okay, with respect to your cropping areas, you have to plan based on the dispersal. So droplet sizes and also everything that will become common. Plot size is very, very important when you are going for the multiple observations. So that's why the 3 case studies were entirely different. Okay, so that will help for you for formalizing when you are going for the new experiments. Okay, sir. Thank you very much for presenting the in detail case studies, particularly the experimental case study. So conducted at USGKVK, which is one of the major crop, pulse and as well as the millet. Okay, so on behalf of the organizers and the participants and the IDP and the university, I request Atul, you come. to hand over the certificate and memento to the resource person. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now we will, before we lunch, we are left out with one more session. Sir, I call upon Satish, sir. So, who is a professor of soil science and agriculture chemistry at Department of Soil Science. So, basically with respect to the remote sensing activities, okay. So, the sir is since from last 1 decade is working on that. So, in GKVK, the person is called with RIS and as well as decision support means Satish sir only, and he is also now handling the one of the biggest project. I think you might have heard Reward. So, Reward is the principal nodal officer. So. I request Satish sir to deliver the talk on especially decision support system for the site-specific soil, water, climate situations with related to the 10 days training program. Sir, we are in the 8th day of the training program. Participants are from ICR institutes and SAU. So out of the state, from Maharashtra, we have some Kerala participants, and industry fellows were also participating in this. Zuari one. So ITC fellow is supposed to come because of he's having some personal accident. That's why he could not able to join. So this is the background of the trainee, sir. I will hand over the mic to Satish sir for further sessions.
So thank you. So good afternoon to all. I can see two faces which are familiar to me. Shashikala, right? So, and one more person, I forgot the name, he is Prakash. So, and of course, our another friend, Sharanappa. Madam is there as a part of our system. So, I am very much thankful for the organizers to invite me here. Of course, I am not a specialist in computer applications. When I was here in Katlagare, very close to this place, my intention was to do something on remote sensing and GIS because I did my MSc and PhD in the same subject. So in that way, I developed some interest in this field, and fortunately, I am lucky enough to get one project from the World Bank on the same subject, where we tried to develop some decision support system tools which enabled our Karnataka to become the lighthouse partner across the globe, I can say, because we are the lighthouse partners in the field of watershed management, specifically on the science-based watershed management approaches. So with that example, I wanted to share some experience on this. Of course, what I will do is I'll take you through some aspects which are very familiar. In fact, we use the DSS very often, but we don't call that as DSS. In fact, every stage we try to use one DSS. So that in that way I will take you through some steps, and let us see what is DSS and other aspects. So decision support system, if you want to just give a definition or an explanation for that, it is an interactive system or a computer based system, or sometimes we call this as a integration of GIS, Geographic Information System, because we are doing here something related to space. Space means not the space like spatial distribution. So when we are talking about spatial distribution, our main objective should be always to have a GIS. Probably your title of this training program is on drone based application. So one of the input for GIS will be drone application data. So maybe like spatial data in the form of a map, we will use it for our application. So the GIS is a computer based interactive system, because it should be always, if you want to call that as a decision support system, it has to be interactive. If it is not interactive, then we don't call that as a decision support system, because instead it is one management information system, MIS.
So probably you may be aware of these terms. MIS is nothing but one information content which is loaded in one format, which it gives to us. But whereas the decision support system will enable us to take appropriate decision for specific cause. So in that way, the decision support system, we use the term intelligent computer program to simulate the problems of human beings, not in terms of our day-to-day problems. It is with respect to the natural resource management which we address. And if you look at the applications of these decision support system, even it is there in the police department also. So it varies from all the fields where we can use the GIS as well as the decision support system to come out with a specific problem solving issues. But one thing should be kept in mind, always the decision maker must be included in the system. If the decision maker himself is not there in the system, then that cannot be called as a DSS. DSS cannot give everything. We have to be there and our role should be there. He is supported with the system, that's all. So you cannot allow everything to happen in a DSS. It will help us to give a basket of options. From that you can choose the best available. So in that way, a decision support system will become the interactive mechanism between the computer and the human beings, so that we can take a proper decision. In this, when you are looking at the DSS for natural resource management, always two components has to be kept in mind. One is spatial data and another one is non-spatial data or attribute data or aspatial data. So both are equally important when you are planning for any DSS. Spatial data may be in the form of a natural resources like soil, water, land use, hydrology, or any aspect which you want to take out from over a space. That is called as spatial data. And the attribute data becomes the weather data or the crop condition data, crop management data. All these aspects will come under non-spatial attributes. So you need a perfect information with respect to the site specific aspects like the variations in the topography, variation in the soil type, variation in the drainage conditions, climatic conditions, any parameter. I have taken very few. Whatever you are looking for in your own domain, you can look for the specific data. And if you are looking for the integration of soil, water and climatic situations, your data, at least minimum it should have on the composition of the soil, what are the properties, how it is beneficial, and what is the moisture status, infiltration rate, remaining things like that. And then the climatic conditions with respect to the humidity or water temperature, wind speed. So whatever parameter, one thing must be kept in mind when you are planning for any DSS, the domain expert's knowledge is very, very critical when compared to the engineer. So engineer will do the DSS, but you need to tell what is that you want an output. So that should be kept in mind always when we plan for a DSS. So the major objectives always in a DSS tool is risk management. So with the DSS, this is what I can manage. That type of a plan should be there with you. Otherwise, there is no point in having a DSS for our programs. Like for example, in the watershed department, we developed some 9 DSS. The objective was that we took a risk in such a way that we can give an exact location for the soil and water conservation measure. That was the initiative, but somehow with the availability of the data and the knowledge and the time, so we could not go up to that level, but at least to certain extent we reduced the numbers. Like for example, if you are planning for a DSS of 500 hectares, how many check dams should be there? To that level we went in with the use of these science-based applications. And then simulate the conditions. You can simulate whether this is possible with very long back. I attended one training program at IIT Delhi. So wherein they even showed us the water flow in a check dam. So if certain of rain comes, this is the topographic variation in that area of a 500 hectares, and what will be the output in terms of a runoff which is going to the downstream areas. That was also simulated there in the, so that is possible in the DSS. Then we can take some evidence based decision, exact decision. So that is what we have taken in the watershed program, wherein we told the farmers that these are the crops which are going to come up very well in this part of the land. Then for this particular crop, this is the fertilizer recommendation. So exact decisions with proper evidence can be taken in a DSS when you are planning for a DSS. So what are the different stages? This is very critical, because if you want to plan for any activity, you must address all these aspects in a systematic manner. The first one is you need to identify the need. So what is the specific need? So ultimately I am planning for a individual farmer wise implementation of a soil and water conservation measure. If that is the case, accordingly your data collection will vary. Accordingly your use of the software or any other aspects will vary. So you need to decide the what the need of that particular exercise. Then the data collection. The data collection becomes very critical. Many times we say during the soil sample collection itself, if you reduce the error, your accuracy levels will be very high. So unfortunately, sometimes it happens in such a way that because of lack of time or so many reasons, you may not collect the samples from the right location and end up in giving a erroneous result. So data collection becomes very critical. Whatever the possible, you have to formulate in the form of a table, then collect the data, both actual data as well as the secondary data has to be collected. Then develop a system. So what is the purpose? Like usually what happens is even though our project is very small, sometimes we prefer to purchase a software and use it. But is it really needed, or can we go with a open source softwares like QGIS? It is always available free of cost, or there are some softwares which are even given by the ISRO. So some small simple things can be obtained. So that type of information is required. And the database, what type of data is required? Whether I need a drone image or I need a the satellite image, which is Indian satellite or foreign satellites. So we have in our project, we are taking the satellite image from the American satellites, which is Worldview 3, Worldview 2 and Worldview 3 with a spatial resolution of 0.31 meters. So that means an object of 0.31 meter by 0.31 meter is 1 pixel there. So that is the data which we are collecting. So you may have to decide what type of data is required, whether I am planning for a farm level or at taluka level. So it depends on the area. You can extend or you can go for a free available downloadable satellite images also, like the Sentinel satellite data is also freely available for downloading. So that system development, and what is the model which you are going to use? There are a lot of models available, one such model which we tried was STIX model, very complicated, wherein we are supposed to give the 72 inputs to that data, that particular model, to give a exact result. 72 inputs. It was so horrible, like we could not give that data and ended up in not getting the good result at the end. So you decide what is the model which is required for running that particular exercise. Then proper training. We may have to take some suitable training at the right time to the right people. Not only the person who does it, it is also required for the end user also. Then test it. Maybe pilot study has to be undertaken in a small area, and later on feedback and improvement, if required, it has to be collected, and later on it can be extended to the larger area. So this is how the DSS, for developing a DSS in any particular system, we may have to follow these many steps. Then the components which are very critical. So here, as I told you, when you go to a sampling of a soil, we need to take proper measures there only, so we can minimize lot of errors in that. So collection of and integration of the data is the first and foremost thing which we should ascertain. What type of data, like for example, when we started this particular work, we were collecting only some data which were not, we thought that it may not be required for the other group like the hydrology group. So they wanted the data of the texture immediately to be given to the hydrology people so that they can decide what is the runoff status. So we thought texture is good enough. I mean the erosion, surface erosion, visual observation and slope is good enough. But they said we want the texture information. So we went for the soil texture information to be given to them immediately after the conduct of the field studies. So like that, structure, depth, nutrient parameters, all these aspects has to be ascertained well in advance. Then comes the water related information like the groundwater. So immediately after some time we felt that groundwater information of that particular area is very crucial for planning the recharge mechanisms. So then they went in and they collected the groundwater data intensively. Wherever the borewell was available, they took the groundwater depth also and yield also. So like that, data collection becomes crucial. We should decide well in advance. Then the climatic data, real-time weather, and maybe you are having nowadays weather data is not a problem. KSNDMC provides very huge network of weather stations in Karnataka, of course. So maybe in other states they may be having some meteorological data. Whatever is required for us, try to collect maximum data. Even if you are not feeling like using that data currently, you can collect and keep it with you so that you may use it for the future purposes. Then the data processing, as I already told you, GIS, what is the type of the software which you should use and what type of a tool has to be used, that has to be finalized, which suits to the condition. And then the satellite data. So we have a drone imager or satellite image. So if you compare between the satellite image and drone image, so there are a lot of plus points of having a satellite image as well as the drone image. Sometimes flying a drone with appropriate camera is very, very essential. You cannot just like that fly a drone and take a picture of your choice. So we need to have a picture of the different wavelength bands, or sometimes spatial resolution becomes very critical, and getting the drone image of a larger area is still questionable. It may have to fly a lot of times, and time of the flying is also very critical. So there are both pluses as well as negatives. What I feel is if we are planning for a large area of 500 hectares, still I feel instead of drone we can always go for the satellite image only. So depending on the choice, we type of the purpose of our work, we can decide what is the data to be taken. Then comes the models available. Plenty of models are there which you can try, like the soil models, which can, if our main purpose is for soil conservation, go for a model which provides more information on the soil, the water infiltration or water storage, all these aspects. Otherwise, the hydrological models are also available, climatic models, crop growth models, number of modeling systems are there. Sometimes it is free of cost, or sometimes we may have to pay and get that. Then finally, the decision making tools. Here our choice is very, very critical. If you want to be very critical and ascertain what is the scenario, like if you are having these many data and what will be the outcome. So if you want to analyze in that way, then you may have to go for the scenario analysis. And optimization algorithms are also like probably when you are planning for the yield estimation, you will go for the algorithms which are providing us what is the yield, potential yield of that particular area or a crop that can be used. And then the risk assessment can also be done under extreme conditions, assuming that this may be the rainfall and other weather related parameters, what will be the event problems. So such type of analysis can also be carried out in the DSS. Then the major functionalities. So these are like very, very essential for any planning. If you are planning for a DSS system, like specific recommendations, real-time monitoring and alerts, long-term planning, and user interface. So if you look at each and every one, site-specific, probably we are thinking of having a customized or scheduling of irrigation, customized fertilizer application, and addressing the pest and diseases of a individual plant, things like that, that can be addressed in the site-specific recommendations. In this, what we have, my experience is, we have attempted in our watershed program on crop-based activities. Crop-based, we have tried, and even currently we are doing on fertilizer recommendations also under this particular head, wherein we have identified certain farmers and we are asking them to take up the fertilizer management only through our suggestions only. So that is the experiment which we are taking. Of course, as a scientist, we have done a lot of experiments wherein it has proved that soil test based application of fertilizer is better than the blanket application. But here only thing is we are gone one step ahead of using the latest available technologies. That is all. So then the real-time monitoring alerts for under this, we have established the monitoring stations in different locations. Under UAS Bangalore, we have established 4 monitoring stations wherein we have gone for the soil profile depth moisture also. So as a it gives us 15 seconds interval information about the moisture status in that particular location. So using that, the IISc, Indian Institute of Science, is developing some models which is halfway through. Then with respect to irrigation, pest management, all these aspects can be developed under this UAS Raichur is having one of the very prominent project called as ESAP. So wherein I am also one of the collaborator for that. They have developed the under the ESAP program on pest outbreak, and they have come out with very good outputs for the state government, which they have taken at national level also now. And then the long-term planning, like assessment of climate change over a period of time, sustainable land and water management practices, that is what our watershed program objective. And then crop diversification and resilience building. So various schemes are being developed to maintain that. And then finally, the mobile applications and web applications. We have a lot of applications under our ASERP and STCR. They have developed one mobile application of Dharti Mitra. So wherein if you can give the lat long or the coordinates of a particular area, it gives us the final recommendations in terms of the STCR equations through the crop. You have to choose the crop. It gives us the final recommendations in terms of the fertilizer which is available in that area. So you can choose various commercial fertilizer itself, and so each and every functionality can be developed, or it is possible in a particular place. The benefits are like, as I told you, we have already in our day-to-day life, we might have used a number of DSS. Only thing is it is not in the form of a system. So we might have decided whether to join agriculture or not. That is one decision which we have taken. So like this n number of activities we might have done, but if we use the science-based and system-based DSS, it will help us in improving the resource use optimally. We can use the resources, then better returns in terms of enhancing the productivity or a yield, and then economic maximization is also possible in this. Then adaptation to climate change. So a lot of work is going on in this particular aspect under NICRA project, wherein we are using various climate adaptation strategies. So that can also be considered as one DSS. I'm just giving the examples of every regular day-to-day DSS. It is not the DSS which was developed under by using a software or anything like that. It is a DSS means anything which we can take a appropriate decision. So then the risk management can be also addressed under the decision support system. There are some limitations as usual, like any particular experiment or a thing which you want to come out. 100% I am sure limitations will be there. So limitation is data quality, very, very critical. So when we do analysis, we try to check 2-3 times, and the same data which has to be entered into the system during the time of entering into the system, if by mistake if you enter O instead of 0, the entire data becomes obsolete. So we cannot use that data in a DSS system. So whereas in manually if you do, we don't find a huge difference between writing O and 0. We will adjust, but the system will take only the number, means only the number will take. So the quality of the data is very, very critical to get a very good DSS. Then the cost and complexity, sometimes the cost will be very high, but here what I can say is if you have one DSS and when the system in place, for the first time it will be costly, but for subsequent users it becomes cheaper. So you can go with the DSS very easily, and technology reliance will become very high, as very frequently I tell number of times to our students. Nobody keeps anything in our mind because they feel that it is waste of space to keep such things. Everything is available in Google. So why we should worry? So they will just search and write the assignment and submit. So technology, if it comes, the DS project wherein we wanted to give them the best options and they are reluctant. They don't say yes very overwhelmingly to accept our technologies. Then the lack of knowledge among the users, yes, it is lot of people do not know whether there is a particular system we can develop or use it. So they are facing knowledge issues also in this particular. See, these are some of the general limitations when you want to start a DSS. So what I have done here is I have taken some examples out of this wherein in the watershed programs we have developed some DSS, and apart from that I tried to search some DSS. Just for your information, I wanted to share that. The one very simple DSS which we agronomists or soil scientists will use is this is also, of course, it is one of the DSS mechanism, like simple SPAD meter that will also give us lot of information, and green seeker nowadays I think in our US GKVK Bangalore many students have used green seeker for their PhD programs or MSc programs. That will also give us some indication for the fertilizer management or crop management, nitrogen applications, and even nutrient expert systems are also there. So various applications are available which are freely you can download and use. That is also one of the DSS. Then yeah. Yeah. No, it's not just I have taken one example. I am not talking about this as for the wheat and maize only. I just took one screenshot. The GSS will apply only to the check dam or only to the finger millet or only to the maize, because the input data which we give is exactly matching to that requirement. Yeah, no, you can use it, but you need to have that data. Input data is very critical. So that is the biggest drawback of DSS. If you have input data, see, I told you know about the STIX software, which was developed by Infra in France. There is one big institute, they have developed it and they have validated, and they have come out with very good papers. But when we tried, we found it very, very difficult. But one of our PhD student has done, agronomy PhD student has done that work. Still we feel it as giving the data is very difficult. We can fill 72 input data has to be given. You can fill some dummy data. It will give us the final output, but the result may not be accurate. So here in the watershed program, we have developed 9 DSS. So all these 9 DSS are very, very specific to that area only, because the data is available only for that. You can prepare the data and give the data in the same DSS, it runs. But you need to have the data, each particular application. So usually I have taken only 4, both like traditional method. I will show you the DSS which is not the DSS which we developed in the system. So because I told you, DSS means we have to decide. So it is not the system which decides. We have to decide and give it to the system. System will give us back in a quick span of time. Like land capability. I think every one of us know what is land capability. What are the classes? There are 8 classes. How the land capability classification is done. Everything is as per the technical expertise only we do. Like we consider the parameters of soil characters and the land features and climate, and then prepare the DSS. So one example which I took was from a small micro watershed, wherein depending on the criteria which was well established, I have decided these are the land capability classes. Final class is something which I have given for a particular soil phase. Same thing, it can be done in a system with larger area. So that is the plus point of. So individually, if you want to do this particular activity, you need to take lot of time and number of parameters gets reduced. So I have given here so many parameters like soil depth, texture, gravel, soil reaction, water holding capacity, calcareousness, salinity. So like this n number of parameters are here. But whereas here, if you see, only few parameters I have considered. So that means DSS can be developed with few parameters as well as with large number of parameters. If you do manually, we don't give that much importance for the large number of parameters. We try to exclude some parameters and consider only the one which is very, very critical in that. So what we did exercise for the same reward program, but unfortunately we are not able to do the same exercise in case of the DSS developed in the same project on digital basis. So that is a lacuna. So this is how the map will be prepared, and this is an user friendly page wherein you can go to Land Watershed Development Department website, open there. There are 9 DSS available. Even now you can also try, but only thing is it is specific to that location. You cannot choose area of your, even the area also. What is the area under that particular parcel with class 4, class 3, with what is the limitation. So for the entire state of Karnataka, under this particular program, as of now, 14 lakh hectares data is available. We are planning to have another 20 lakh hectares by the end of 2025 December. Maybe by December 2026, our plan is to have at least minimum of 30 lakh hectares area under the DSS in the state of Karnataka, spreading across different districts. So even this university is also having the same project which is run in few taluks. Every time one particular parcel, know the characters, then classify whether the soil is land capability class 4 or 3 or 2. So you will get ready-made information from the DSS, which is open, like you can directly go to the website and available. See, no, the land use land cover maps, it is not in this particular DSS because that is dynamic, it gets changed. So what they have done is, it is available in the website, it is there, but not as a form of DSS. You can directly view the land use land cover of that area, but you can extract, you can take. But the format which you get will not be of use, like it will not be in shapefile. So if you want shapefile, you have to contact the Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center. So they have the land use land cover maps every 5 years once they will update and give it. But under PDF format, it is available here.
If you want particular parcel, they will provide us.
They will provide. Yeah, they will give, but only thing you may have to contact them, KSRS. In Karnataka, you have to go to KSRS. Similarly, one more DSS is crop selection. As you know, these are the two very, very important land evaluation techniques which we need to do to get the maximum benefit. So under that crop selection is like regular method only, we have adopted the FAO classification as modified by NBSS and LUP, because our plan was to develop the land suitability for all the crops which are there in Karnataka. So like if you name a small crop of amla or a lime or tamarind, finger millet, any crop, they wanted the criteria to be established. For that, we have all the scientists from all the universities joined together and established the criteria, and that criteria was adopted in the same system, wherein this also gives us the same DSS, which I will show you both manual as well as the system operated. So what we do manually is we prepare one criteria table according to the parameters which I have collected, because at the end of the day parameters becomes very critical. If you have only 2 parameters, still you will get the land suitability, but your suitability will not be good. If you have all the parameters, then your suitability will be accurate and the farmer will definitely accept that. So this is one such example where we have. So if you want to do the land suitability manually, you can prepare a table like this. Very simple, with one parameter also you will get the suitability, or with so many parameters like depth, gravel, slope, subsurface texture, pH, drainage, like this you can keep on listing the parameters and then you will get the final DSS. That is manually you can do it. So for doing this particular exercise, you have to spend a lot of time. So instead of that, if the same data is available in the portal where you have the DSS which is already inbuilt, then you will get the information very conveniently like this. So in the website of Watershed Department, there is one more portal, one more DSS which is on selection of the crops. You can choose variety of crops available. Again the same principle, drop down menu is there, and choose the area and you will get the final suitability of that particular parcel. You can choose for a survey number. Our project now is to go up to ISA level, because survey number means maybe like in some areas of northern Karnataka, large patch will be there. Whereas if you go to the southern Karnataka, each survey number may be divided among 5 people, 10 or we don't know. So we wanted to go up to ISA level. So under that, currently the program is going on. Maybe by the end of, as I said, June 2026, we may develop the that system also under the same scheme. So like this, for the nutrient management also, we have developed one DSS, very simple, and probably many of you might have seen the Excel sheets available. You just search the nutrient calculations, you will get the Excel sheet, right? So TNAU has developed many number of fertilizer calculations. That is not very new, but only thing what we have done is we have used both spatial as well as geospatial, I mean the attribute information. That is the difference between other fertilizer calculations and this one. So here also, based on the low, medium, high, we developed this. But later on, when we went in, we saw there is a huge gap between the low medium approach. Like if you take medium, 280 to 560 kgs of nitrogen is considered as medium. But whereas if you go to the farmers level, you cannot expect the same very huge range as medium. So we wanted to classify this further. So under this particular project, we have done 5 classification: less than the low, very low, low, medium, and high and very high classification. Because the farmers, we can, if we give the farmer suggestion, he should be able to take it. So in keeping the farmer in mind, we changed this now, and it is in the process of developing the DSS for the 5 classification. We have developed it for 3, now we are doing. So based on this particular table which we have already, we know, we have done the mapping, and then finally we will have a DSS like this. So here also there are multiple options available, and even that will reflect on the spatial domain also. So each farmer can see what is the area, and all these DSS are available at RSK level also, because this is open source. Anybody can view and they can download their data. So that is the ultimate objective of the watershed development. Like this, number of DSS, and for soil conservation also we have a DSS wherein we can show the location of the farm pond or a check dam or any other conservation measure. So only some slight problem with this particular DSS was we could not able to pinpoint exactly where the farm pond should come and where the check dam should come. So for that, some more modifications are going on, and they want the DEM data, digital evaluation model data, they wanted to integrate. Once that is integrated, I am very sure we can come out with a technology where it can show us where exactly the farm pond should come or a check dam should come. So like that we can plan. So these are some of the DSS which we have done under the watershed development program, and it is actually we are using it in the field for the for preparing the detailed project report. Some other DSS, just while going through the literature, I thought of sharing some, like the soil navigator is one DSS which according to the literature available says it is one of the very innovative and very useful DSS available, wherein it takes into account 5 different parameters, and it gives the decision in 5 different parameters, like the primary productivity, nutrient cycling, climate regulation, water regulation and purification, biodiversity and habitat. So these are the 5 under 5 functions this particular soil navigator DSS works, which is again a simple mechanism available. You have to give the select the data. For this, again, input data becomes very critical. So whatever input data which is supposed to be fed, it should be there in the system. Once you develop the data, it shows us the final report in terms of one message wherein it says the legume crops are very critical for this particular parcel. So like that, it gives us one brief conclusion stating that this is what is required for your study area. So this is one interesting, which is formulated in the form of a flow chart, wherein you need to have the data on agroecosystems, management practices, environment and soil properties. Then if you run on the 5 functions, then you will get the final management recommendations in terms of how much to apply, what to apply, where to apply. All the information will be made available in that. Then there is one more DSS, land quality assessment and decision support system, which was developed by using the Visual Basic application as well as the ArcGIS. So just I just wanted to highlight here, they have tried for each parcel, one parcel, each parcel wise data they have tried, and here they have included even the socio-economic data also. Major problem with the DSS is very difficult to use the socio-economic data. So we tried to use the socio-economic data in Sujala 3 project, but failed there, and we stopped using the data in reward program, because we need to have more of social scientists in that, and understanding the social dynamics of farmers becomes one of the biggest challenge. So maybe future days we can. So here in this particular example in Kenya, they have tried and they have given the decision for each parcel of the land. So that is the powerfulness of the decision support system. So one more is like Urinet was developed in Italy, wherein they tried to give the day-to-day information for the farmer. So here they have given the irrigation, how much to irrigate, and all the details were enabled for the farmers in that particular location. That means, so the DSS, you can go for the larger area as well as for the individual farmer of the particular location. So similarly, there is one more, I think, I don't know, in the morning, Dr. Timegada might have covered or told this. It is one of the very well thought of DSS which is implemented in India, which is Gramin Krishi Mausam Seva Yojana. So it is giving lot of information, and practically they have used the state-of-art technologies of decision making, so that this gives us the data well in advance of different ranges, like they have a short now, what is for few minutes, what is for hours, what is for days, what is for weeks, like this. The data is classified into different durations. So that is the very innovativeness of this particular scheme, wherein it gives the different range forecast for a particular area, and this is run for the entire India. It is not a small project, it is a very big project which is currently operated in all the universities as well as all the places, and of course our Dr. Timegowda is one of the principal investigator for this project from UAS Bangalore, and maybe here Dr. Sridhar sir, he is the principal investigator. So this is how the data can be given to each particular farmer, which is made in different formats, like the TV programs or the radio programs. You can spread in direct calling. So actually in this particular case we took it for a small area under NICRA program, wherein we tried to give the data to one village, not through these latest technologies, but by writing the information on the board of a milk booth central. So that was the, it became very huge success, but unfortunately when we came out, they dropped it. They did not use it. So probably continuity is required. So in that way, this agrometeorological advisory services are one of the powerful decision mechanisms which we can be implemented in a large area. So network is available in a large area. And finally, I would like to say one thing, decision support system is not something new. We have been following it and we are using it. Maybe even I say one thing, GIS is also not a new system. We try to use it, but we don't call that as GIS. So the name GIS has come with whenever we use the system, but not so. In reality also, we try to use GIS. GIS means what? Putting one layer over the other. We try to put one layer over the other in our mind itself to draw a conclusion, but we don't call that as a GIS. Similar to that, the decision support system is also similar to it. So we try to take some decisions which will help in addressing the issues. But when it comes to the system, if you use the system, definitely it becomes very, very powerful. As I told you, a case study of Kenya, wherein they have given for a parcel to our the national level program, wherein they are giving the weather forecasting and other aspects for the larger areas, even at shorter intervals as well as at the longer interval. So if you have any questions or clarifications, I will take. Thank you.
So using this data, sir, one can go for instead of farmers who have small holdings. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ pool ಮಾಡಿ, that we can go for single crop ಅದರ. Instead of 10 farmers taking 20 crops, so 10 farmers can take the same crop and we can collectively go for
Yeah, definitely it is possible. But
so that the mechanization can be done, drone application can be done, it's a collective approach can be made.
no, that is possible. But as I said, like one example, madam, you are there in KVK Magadi. So actually I was there in KVK Magadi, but I came out and the madam went there. So in the Magadi there is one crop, Magadi Batani anta. It is very, very famous peas, which are exclusive. Like the taste of those pea is entirely different when I look at the other peas. So, but unfortunately, people are not ready to take it in a large area. They take only in quarter of an acre, very small, and because the major problem is irrigation. So it has to be like seed bed type, they are taking up the crop. So unfortunately, nothing is developed. Technologies have not gone to that level, and the farmers are not trying it. So that is the only constraint. Otherwise, if you convince a farmer and take in a large area, definitely we can go for.
Has to take this risk. That would be
Yeah. But as I said, it is like if it is planning for a small area, may not be like you don't need any great decision support systems. It is there. So our decision is to suit that particular condition. We have to take care of the soil properties, crop requirement, weather conditions. All these things together we will decide which is the best for that particular location. Same thing is there in the DSS. So we can implement that. As you maybe many of us know, precision farming is practiced in India but may not be using these technologies. GIS, GPS, remote sensing is not there in precision farming, but we are practicing the precision farming only. Some part of the precision farming is taken care there. So in that way we can try, but for a small area, I personally feel we may not be required. So yeah, that can be taken, marketing, yes. Yes.
Any questions? Can anyone tell how decision support system helps in agriculture drone? How we will correlate? Sir has told, with the help of the drone, it is very difficult to cover the larger areas of the satellite. Okay, particularly with decision supporting what sir was the mapping and all those things. In the same way, how it will be useful with the help of the drone? Yes, we can also able to capture the images in the larger areas with fixed wing drones. Got it? With the help of the fixed wing drones, when we are covering the larger areas, we can go for the forecasting and forewarning models for the diseases and the insects. For example, here they are taking the imaginary, but in the case of fixed wing and all those things, we keeping imaginary will be over the kilometers. For example, in fixed wing drones, we have 25 meter per second the speed of the fixed wing drones, where you can take several kilometers length. Okay, then that can be superimposed and we can make the decision support with the weather. That is the way. See, because there is no work has been done, because only with respect to the spraying the drone activities has been. That's the reason this decision support basic principle will help in formulating the new projects with related to the forecasting and forewarning models with the help of the agriculture drones. That's the basic behind of giving the lecture to Satish sir regarding this one.
Say, as he said, the drone definitely it is going to be a very huge plus point. The reason is, so if you are looking for a satellite image, you may not get the satellite image which is very high resolution data anytime you want. If you have a drone or if you have an access to drone, maybe through nowadays drone technology has become very popular, and there are some companies which they can provide us the drone for rent. So you can take the drone, do the activity, you can collect series of data. So as I said, DSS means data collection. If your data is perfect, then definitely I am very sure you can take up this particular project. When you are planning for such activities, make sure that your data, what is the data requirement, that has to be listed, and to collect that data, how much of time has to be spent and what is the mechanism. If you plan that, I think drone is also equally good, and we can save a lot of exchequer to our country, because high resolution means we go for foreign satellites. We go for higher resolution. As I said, in our project, we have gone for 0.31 meter data. So under National Geospatial Policy, they are insisting us to try for the data which is available in India, not with the foreign satellites. So maybe drone will give us a lot of answers to that.
Yes, as and when you require, for example, even 1 day, 2 days. So that's what in forewarning models it will be very, very important. This addition friction will be very high. Okay. So with this, sir, wholeheartedly thank you for accepting our request first of all, because when we preparing the timetable, so I thought there was no lecture with respect to how the drones can be correlated with. So then immediately I called Satish sir to take regarding decision support system. So he agreed. So sir, on behalf of the organizers and the IDP and the participants and the university, thank you for accepting our invitation and for the delivering the talk, especially on the decision support system for site-specific soil, water, climate and situation. So I call Narappa to hand over the certificate and memento to our resource person. So please come. Thank you very much. Now we'll break for the lunch, okay? Because afternoon class, Soumya madam has been postponed to tomorrow because I'm a busy schedule. So after the lunch, now it is 2 o'clock. So after your lunch, we'll be gathering in front of the guest house only. In the lawn, we'll be demonstrating the drone left out operations. I think we may join around 3 o'clock. So, okay? ಆಯಿತು, ನೀವು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬರ್ತೀರ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್. ಈಗ ನಾವು 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಕಾಲು, ಒಂದು 15-20 ನಿಮಿಷ ಊಟ. ಓಕೆ, ಫೈನ್.